This is the 12:30 p.m. update here from day 3 of the Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro 2012. We've got Ryan Coote coming up in the first heat. He's actually out on the water at the moment, testing out the conditions. We just saw him catch a nice little wave through the contest zone. That breeze is picking up, Ben. Looks like we might be ready for a start here within the next half hour or so.
Yeah, just within the last couple minutes, it seems like it's bumped up 5 or 6 knots, and Ryan was out a bit earlier going downwind, but it seems, though, now that he's good and powered. So I wouldn't be surprised if next time we're talking to you, it's game on. And the again, we've been on every sort of 15-minute updates from the judges, but again, they're making calls based on basically about a half an hour start from now as being first possible start. So that's kind of what we're going on, and it looks to me like we just said, Sky, that it's a potential all systems go for in another half an hour. The waves have been cooperating. The tide started to switch, kind of go back out. There's been some great sets coming in.
Yeah, so I just got word, Ben, that they are actually going to go into sequence in 15 minutes from now. So at 12:45, they're actually going to go into sequence, which means I think we're looking at a 12:50 first start. So as long as the conditions hold strong and hopefully even pick up a little bit by then, we will be able to bring you live action for men's round 1, heat 1 at 12:50 p.m. local Ireland time.
So what that means, what we're going to do is stay with you, actually, and we're going to go quiet. We're going to go silent for about the next 15 minutes. But come back with you, and we're gonna take this from on hold to contest going into sequence here in just about 15 minutes. So once we come back to you, we will be anticipating the first possible start to that heat in just under 20 minutes from right now, Sky.
Exactly. So please stay tuned, you guys. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you back here in just a little bit with the commencement of men's round 1. It is 12:45. We are just now into sequence for men's Heat 1, Round 1 on day 3 here of the Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro coming up in this heat. Going to be a really big heat. We've got the local wildcard Ryan Coote coming up against current frontrunner and tour points leader Patrick McLaughlin from Hawaii and world number 4, I believe, at this moment, Luke McGillivray.
Yeah, again, as we've been sort of saying all the last couple of days, that first heat's it's a cracker right out the box, and I know these guys are amped to get this thing going up, and so am I, Sky. It's been a fantastic, brilliant morning. We have Ryan's been out for a couple of minutes now, probably 10 or 20 minutes, staying nicely powered, upwind, no problem. Staying in exactly the right place that he needs to be, kind of in that upwind position of where we sit right now, as you can see right in front of you. Perfect view. These guys warming up again in sequence. The red flag is up. We are less than 5 minutes away from getting this thing underway, Sky. I am amped.
Yeah, this is going to be great, and looks like Patrick McLaughlin there having a little warm up. He just got his kite up in the air and got out there on the water. I think he's on a 10-meter kite right now, and riding, I believe, that same board he was riding in Mauritius, that 511. So, yeah, a little bit lighter wind right now, but these guys actually look pretty nicely powered on 10-meter kites. I think Luke's maybe out there on an 8 right now, so the wind is building, and I'm really stoked that we actually got this breeze. I was beginning to think that we might not get the conditions we needed today, but it looks like these conditions are coming through as forecast, and we've got some great sets rolling in out there, and can't wait to get this men's round 1 underway.
Yeah, and so just to go through a little bit of what we're gonna do starting here in a couple of minutes. We're gonna start with, as we said, men's heat 1 of round 1, rolling straight through that entire men's draw round 1. This is 3 riders per heat. And we'll have the winner of each heat advances immediately into, I believe that they go directly to round 4. And then the second place and third place will then get themselves into the next draw, the round 2, and then round 3 we'll pit those winners against each other to come up against the initial heat winners.
And of course, you can check out our heat ladders there to the right hand side of the player, and scroll around on there and watch when your favorite riders are going to be coming up. But in this first men's heat, we're going to have Patrick McLaughlin from Hawaii up against Luke McGillivray from South Africa, and Ryan Coote, the Irishman here, local wildcard in this event.
And just looking forward, our men's Heat 2 of round 1 is going to feature another powerhouse here on tour, Mitu Monteiro, the Cape Verdean. Always at the top of the ladder, it seems, once the events are through, as you see.
Looks like Patrick McLaughlin there having a nice little warm-up. I'm not quite sure if we're actually in sequence yet here. Looks like we're in sequence, but we have not yet started. We don't have a green flag flying quite yet. We still have that red flag up flying, so these guys just getting a nice little warm-up. There's Luke McGillivray there laying into his first bottom turn here in Ireland. And just a fantastic day out here. The sun is shining. It looks like Hawaii out here today, Ben.
I don't know what's going on. I mean, I have heard this called the Hawaii of Ireland, so maybe that's what we are on. We are on the part of Ireland that does have a bunch of islands, and though our home base that's pretty close by in Achill Island, we aren't exactly out on that island or within striking distance. And you can see in the distance there's plenty of islands. As this is a perfect shot in front of you, you can see one of these islands offshore here. Just a beautiful, fantastic place on the Emerald Isle.
Yeah, and a great call as well, I think, by our contest directors this morning. We got up, as we were talking about earlier, still dark, got up at 6 o'clock, and we were driving around and scoping out spots, and we actually were going to go and ride on a different beach called Ellie Beach, which is really nearby, and that wasn't quite working, so we moved over to this other beach. I don't even know what the name of this beach is, but I think a great choice here. The wind is a bit more side shore than our original intended destination today. So we do have that green flag up and flying for Heat 1, men's round 1 here on day 3 of the Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro. Ben, super stoked to see the wind filling in. That spray just ripping off the top of these waves. Looks like Luke McGilloway here dropping into this first wave.
Yeah, and we are green flag dropped. We are underway. It is great to be sitting here with you again as we see, just a great off the top right there on that first wave of this event, of this 2013, the third stop on the KSP Tour here in beautiful Ireland. Just super stoked to be out here and watching these guys with you, Sky.
Yeah, and the wave face is nice and clean there. This looks like a little bit of a repeat of what we saw Luke doing in Mauritius just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, just solid style, getting himself a nicely scoring wave there right off the bat. Going to put him up in there right away and into being able to get a bit more comfortable and really go out there and try to push it in the later rounds of this heat.
So Patry McLaughlin here on a nice looking set, big wave out the back. Let's see what he can do with this thing going over the handlebars there. Hit a little piece of chop, but looks like we've got Ryan Coote here coming in out the back, the local Irish rider. Gonna have a little look at this one. Let's see what Ryan can do. And Ryan also kind of going over the handlebars, maybe having to contend with a bit of backwash. The tide is still pretty high at the moment, but it is going out, so we are going to have a dropping tide through the afternoon. Looks like Luke McGilloway there, great score dropping for him for his first wave, a 6.5.
Yeah, and he's going to be happy with that. He's going to be able to do something with that absolutely as this heat goes on.
If you're just joining us, this is men's Heat 1, round 1 on day 3 of the Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro. Beautiful conditions out here on offer today. Looks like we've got the young South African in white there, Luke McGilloway, having a look at a little bit of a smaller set wave. Looks like he's already got a 6.5 under his belt and currently sitting in the lead of this heat that just began. So still plenty of time left in this heat. We spent most of the morning waiting for the wind to come up. We got here this morning early, and wave conditions were looking really good. And we were starting to wonder if that wind was even going to fill in, but now looks like we've got building breeze. These guys out here on 10-meter kites. And it looks like we've got Patry McLaughlin stalling, looking at this one, waiting to see how this thing is going to line up through the inside, laying into a nice bottom turn. Nice snap off the top there. And it looks like that is probably just going to be a one-hit wonder. Although it looks like Patry may see something here on the inside. He's going to stick with this thing and see if he can milk this thing for a little bit more scoring potential through to the inside. So this is a beach break setup here. So the action is really close to the shore at the moment, but with this dropping tide, that break is going to move farther and farther out to sea. But really clean conditions on offer here, side offshore wind, and beautiful sunshine, a lot different than what we've seen the last few days. It's been raining and really blustery, crazy conditions, so really stoked to get this thing underway in beautiful conditions here in Ireland. So it looks like we've got Ryan Coote here, the local Irish rider, dropping in, checking this thing out.
Yeah, again, definitely displaying, since he's been out there, kind of his local knowledge of being in the right place at the right time, that's for sure. And, you know, he's going to have his work cut out for him for sure when it comes to trying to take down Luke McGilloway, the young South African who did so well at the last Mauritius event. And of course, Patry, the last event champion, is also he's got his work cut out for him trying to take him down in current points leader. That's for sure.
So it looks like from what we can see on our screen here, Patry McLaughlin currently sitting in the lead, but Luke McGilloway sitting with in second with that one wave score of 6.5. He's going to be looking for a backup to rocket him into the lead there in front of Patry McLaughlin.
So again, as scores update live in front of you, Luke definitely going to be looking to increase his score, but shouldn't have too much of a problem increasing his overall wave score from a 6.5 as soon as he gets and hooks into another good scoring wave. And again, just to keep you guys updated, we get the scores as fast as possible, but sometimes it does take a few seconds for all of the scores to drop, for all of the scores to be verified as we see.
So here we go, Luke McGilloway, he's looking for his backup to that 6.5, firing off two nice turns there. I'm not sure that's going to be a huge score, but definitely a great backup for a 6.5.
He needs a backup right now, and as we're getting pretty close to the end of this heat, Sky, and so far it's looking like Patry is going to take home at least an advancement out of this heat, but we don't know. Actually, no one's going to be eliminated from this heat so far, so it's just a matter of positioning people for the next rounds, and definitely coming out of this heat with a victory sets you up fairly nicely for continuing through the contest with a few less heats that you have to ride in and kind of conserve your energy. And in the cold water that we have here, and again today it's a pretty warm day, a pretty fair day here for Ireland from what all the locals are telling us. So this is fairly rare how beautiful it is today, but even still it's cold water, and if you can conserve energy whenever you can, all the better.
Yeah, it's great, of course, to win your first heat and bypass that round 2 and 3 and straight into round 4. You can come in and hang your wetsuit up and dry it out, and not have to be in a wet wetsuit standing around getting cold all day. So Patry McLaughlin here, current KSP World Tour front runner, looking at a little bit of a smaller inside set, and we'll see what he can do with this one. Looks like he's sort of working his way upwind and fading up on this thing, waiting for it to wall up, see if this thing will offer him anything through the inside. And there we go, out the back, Ryan Coote on a bigger set wave, getting one turn
out of it,
and staying on his feet.
Almost blowing out on that. It was quite a bit of a close out there, but getting one turn as we looking out our window here, see Patry's Kite's gone down on the inside, but
and Luke McGilloway there on the outside, nice little tail blow, throwing the fins free. If he can get off a nice little turn there, bashing the closeout, that's probably going to be a great score for Luke.
Yeah, it looks like that one's going to go ahead and crumble away from him and not really give him too much to do on the inside there. But Luke looking to increase on that 0, which I'm pretty sure by this point he will have done for that second wave score, and possibly increasing that first wave score of 6.5.
Yeah, and Ryan Coote, our local Irish rider there, sitting in third place currently. We'll wait for the score to drop from his last wave there. Just to talk a bit about Ryan, we've mentioned his name a few times this morning. He's obviously a local here. He lives down in the southwest of Ireland, and he knows this coastline so well, spends so much time here driving up and down the coast, chasing wind and surf. And we're really stoked that he's here competing with us at the KSP World Tour. KSP's first ever Irish competition. First time we're here in Ireland, Ben, for the KSP.
Man. Yeah, I couldn't be happier, that's for sure.
And
the Guinness is flowing, the Irish coffees are being thrown around, and we have fantastic conditions for us here to get our event started.
Yeah, it's great. We're all super stoked to be here. The riders are really loving it, I know. And it's just nice to go somewhere a little bit different But of course, it's really nice to be on nice white sand beaches where the water's warm and you can drink coconuts, under a palm tree. But this is also a very cool venue. We're really stoked to be here. Very unique event, the mobile format.
Look at that set rolling in. Just beautiful waveform out there. Patry out the back, looking like he's hooking into one. Again, as we await updated scores here.
So it looks like Patry with a little series of foam climbs there, and Luke McGillivray there on the outside. So this time in this heat ticking down. We will try to get an official time of when that red flag will come up, but at the moment Ryan Coote, Luke McGillivray, and Patry McLaughlin out there doing battle. Men's round 1, heat 1 of day 3 of the 2012 Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro. So conditions seem to be actually cleaning up and just getting better and better out there as this tide drops. This morning we got here, it was pretty washy, a lot of backwash with that high tide, and now that that tide's pulling out, just a lot cleaner conditions on offer, and I think it should just continue to improve throughout the day with this side offshore breeze just sort of grooming those wave faces and keeping the chop off of them, and just a beautiful venue here to start off day 1.
Yeah, and we are still on green flag. If you're looking at the bottom of our screen, our live scoring widget seems to have frozen there for a second, so we're working on that to try to figure out how to get that to keep refreshing. But in general, it's been a great first heat, Sky, and I know we're both excited to get this thing underway. The riders are excited to get this thing underway. Looks like we have Luke here on the outside, pulling into a good size one here on the inside, trying to line himself up for his now patented off the top, just really blowing the fins out of the water. Not quite as much as he usually does on that one, but definitely getting a reputation, especially in this wind direction and this swell direction, for just really committed, stylish top and bottom turns. And man, what a heat we have for those two. Again, a rematch of the semifinal of the event in Mauritius. I know both these guys are ready to get out there and really show what they've been working on for the last month. As we see just a great set coming in, it looks like, for Ryan Coote, our local wild card here, showing the boys how it's done Ireland style.
Yeah, and Ryan's not a small guy. He's out there throwing his weight around. You can see the spray he's able to throw on those turns, and getting a nice little wave there, a nice little left-hander. Looks like Patry McLaughlin out the back there, having a look at this one, see if he can make it around this section and find a little something to work with through to the inside here. Look at the wave faces. Just going to duck through the back of that one, not quite finding what he was looking for. Not quite finding that pot of gold, Ben.
No, we haven't seen any rainbows with pots of Lucky Charms or anything, but.
So it looks like Luke McGillivray out there chasing leprechauns. The scores dropping here on my screen that I see, Ben, have Luke McGillivray actually sitting in the lead with a 7.77 and a 7. So Luke McGillivray with 14.77 heat score total at the moment. Patry McLaughlin chasing him. Actually currently in a combination situation, needing 2 relatively big scores to make a comeback here. And Ryan Coote in 3rd place. So it looks like we do have red flag up. That signifies the end of this men's heat 1, round 1. Well, it looks to me like Luke McGillivray advancing tentatively from this men's round 1 heat directly into round 4. However, we will wait for scores to drop.
If you are watching with us live online, you can see that, there we are. You can see the scores now coming up. Again, you can see the scores not only when we have them for you here on our... oh my word. That was a little cover up right there.
Looked like Luke McGilloway there. That was actually after the buzzer, but
it was a little celebration. Again, we'll wait for these scores to be confirmed. These are unconfirmed scores in front of you, but it looks as if we have Luke McGilloway getting a bit of revenge on Patry McLaughlin in this heat, Sky, taking what looks to, again, we'll wait on the final scores here, but looks like taking Patry down in this heat.
Yeah, so I'm going to say that Luke can probably pack it up for the day. I don't think he'll probably be riding again today. But yeah, looks like Luke advancing right into round 4. And Patry McLaughlin and Ryan Coote, they're relegated to round 2. So coming up in this next heat, Ben, we've got a pretty big one coming up. Looks like Mitu Montero from Cabo Verde going to be doing battle against Juan Pablo Diban from Chile and Jacob Appel from Denmark. Mitu's current tour ranking, or sorry, current world ranking, I believe, number 2.
Yeah, and again, all these guys amped to get out here. Perhaps Jacob Appel a bit of an advantage here with a little bit more cold water experience than the Cabo Verdean and the Chilean. However, I think he's got his work cut out for him against, as we were talking about, Mitu is a seasoned performer, seasoned veteran here on tour, one of the tour favorites overall for the year, but had sort of a disappointing end to his heat to his contest in Mauritius, not really doing quite as well as we had originally anticipated. Had a lot of underdogs taking down some of the top seeds there, Sky, and so I know he's gonna have the eye of the tiger out there and try to get out there and really take back some of the glory that may have been stripped away from him in Mauritius during that event last time.
Yeah, he actually left the Mauritius event early to get back home to his family after he was knocked out of the event there. And Mitu is a longtime competitor. Anyone who has been in the kite surfing world for a while would definitely have seen his name and watched a few videos of Mitu. Really inspiring guy to watch ride. Does well in all conditions. He can go switch stance and go left and right. And he'll be... I'm sure one to watch in this heat coming up here, men's round 1, heat number 2.
Looks like it's Mitu right there, heading his way out. If I'm correct, I think we're at yellow flag, so he's got to hustle himself out there for in order to get this heat going within the next minute or so, Sky.
Yeah, looks like Mitu's he's never in much of a hurry to get anywhere. He's a pretty relaxed, mellow guy. He knows. He'll be out there in time for that green flag to come up. No warm-up necessary. He's just going to get out there in the water and drop into some waves and see what he can do.
Yeah, again, it looks like we're looking at Jacob Appel right here on the first wave of the heat. We just hear the horn, just saw the green flag go up. Looks like he's going to drop out the back of that one, though he didn't. He saw something he didn't like out there, Sky. So still waiting to see the first ride of the competitors here in Heat 2, Round 1. Pitting Mitu Montero, the Cape Verdean, Juan Pablo Diban, the Chilean, and Jacob Appel from Denmark. And still waiting for official results from that first heat to drop. However, all signs pointed to the young South African Luke McGilloway advancing out of that heat. But again, we'll wait and see what those official scores are.
Of course, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Aer Lingus, our title sponsor here for this event. Ion Essentials, the official KSP tour outfitter, and Pure Magic. We've been staying at the Pure Magic Lodge down on Ackle Island. Just a beautiful place to hang out, and those guys have been just treating us so well, and excellent hosts for this event here, the first ever KSP World Tour event in Ireland. I'd also like to thank Hertz for providing us some great vehicles to get around in, and North Kiteboarding, and our organizers here, Free Ride Ireland. Those guys doing a great job organizing this mobile event. Not an easy event to put on, Ben. It's basically a traveling circus here, having to move all this equipment around every day, finding the best locations to ride, And we are completely mobile internet and mobile food carts and everything, and we're out here in basically the middle of nowhere. We're parked out in a cow pasture right on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean here, and
yeah, we're going to be interviewing some Irish sheep here later in the event. And speaking of which, I think we're as a Halloween costume and maybe an Irish sheepdog there one of those years back when you had longer hair. But again, back to our action. I believe this is Jacob Apple dropping in here on the inside. That one seems to run away from him and kind of crumble into nothing on the inside. But again, we have some pretty good sets rolling in from a pretty good direction here. And the wind, again, thankfully gracing us with her presence here. And we're looking forward to a fantastic event. We're going to run this thing as long and as hard and as fast as we possibly can. To try to get as much competition underway and finished as we can today, based on forecasting looking like today and tomorrow perhaps being the best shot of big waves and wind combinations, Guy.
Yeah, that's one thing that you can never trust is a forecast in Ireland any more than 12 hours out. So we are just looking to take advantage of whatever we can. That looks like Juan Pablo Diban here on his first scoring ride. Trying to contend with a bit of chop there. So yeah, we are going to run this thing probably until dark, as long as the wind sticks around, and hopefully come back tomorrow and do the same thing. Forecasts here in Ireland are a little bit different than what we're used to in most parts of the world. The weather's so changeable here on the North Atlantic. I'm pretty surprised actually to see sunshine today. Hopefully it'll stick around. I was told that normally when you have sunshine, that's not usually a good ingredient for having wind at the same time, but luckily we scored into a nice little day here, nice and windy and sunny as well. I'm actually hanging out here in a t-shirt. The last couple of days I've been layered up with about four hoodies and a jacket over the top of that, but just a beautiful day here in Ireland. Looks like
we had heaters blasting in here, and now we're shedding clothing as we check in again on Jacob Apple dropping into what looks like a pretty good one here on the inside. If he can get himself in the right position, looks like we're gonna have this one pitch up on him.
So
backs away a bit from that one.
Looks like that one had a little bit too much froth on him and not quite what he was looking for. We've yet to see Mitu Montero make a presence in this heat. I believe he is staging out the back there, waiting for a good set wave. And Jacob Apple in the green jersey, Mitu Montero in the red, and Juan Pablo Diban from Chile in the white jersey. We got some questions coming in here on our Facebook chat asking which spot we are at. That's actually a really good question that I'm not even able to answer, because we're pretty much just found a little road and drove down it, and here we go. Mitu Montero. Big turn there.
One of the going switch stance, one of the bigger waves of the set. Oh, just a powerful off the top there. Again, showcasing classic Mitu Montero style. Choosing well, choosing wisely. One of the bigger waves that we've seen of the day, and just absolutely annihilating that wave.
Yeah, Mitu just taking his time in this heat and just coming out firing on his first wave. I think that may have even been the first wave he's ridden so far on this trip in Ireland, and just coming out.
See some sets rolling in. Look at that one, Sky. Whoa.
Looks like this surf continuing to build. Mitu Montero hooking onto this one, dropping in on his backhand here. Let's see what this wave will offer him, Ben. Beautiful face there, pulling up under that, looking for a little cover up. And
speeding out in front of that one, looking like it closes out a little bit on him. I know Mitu, and he would have liked to have a little bit something more to do with that one, but definitely a big size one rolling in, one of the bigger ones we've seen of the day. And man, thankful to see all these guys out here, so excited that this event is happening in these conditions. It's sort of what we wished for, and man, couldn't be happier to see guys out here ripping in these conditions.
Yeah, when you get a couple of lay days, you start to wonder, if the waves and the wind are ever going to come. And this morning we were really optimistic, drove up here really early, and luckily it looks like we are getting great conditions. They should just continue to get better throughout the day. So it looks like Juan Pablo Diban, our Chilean rider here, dropping in, having a look at this one. So that's pretty much just a one-turn wave there for the Chilean.
Few scores dropping if you are paying attention with us on the live stream. If you don't have it on full screen, you can see below your player there for round 1 heat 2. Looks like Mitu Montero out there with a pretty good first wave score, and looks like he might have a decent backup, and we'll wait for that one to drop absolutely, followed by Juan Pablo Diban and Jacob Appel in 3rd place. But again, we'll await for more wave scores to drop as we anticipate here with about 9 minutes left in this heat. And we've seen some amazing waves roll through already in this heat so far, Sky.
Yeah,
and Mitu really getting out there.
That's a pretty big score there for that first wave, Ben. A 7.87 by Mitu Montero. I didn't actually expect the score to be quite that high, but our judges, obviously I'm not a judge, but Mitu Montero coming out swinging on that first wave, getting 2 big hacks, and I think the judges really liked what they saw in that one.
Yeah, you know, what's sometimes surprising, it'll be interesting to see, is sometimes with that with a big early wave score, it doesn't leave tons of room for improvement on that wave as the other riders start riding. So perhaps the judges saw something that they don't expect to see too often today, Sky. Perhaps he did have some pretty powerful turns, pretty committed turns. But we got a lot of contests to go, and to be able to see what happens from this point on. You know, it's so we might see some really high scores out there today, Sky, and as this competition goes on.
You know, that's the thing, is that judging scale is of course always being adjusted on the day depending on what conditions are on offer out there. Of course, these are not super long waves, 2 to 3 turns max from what we've seen so far in the first 2 heats. So it is possible, Mitu Montero showing there, it is possible to get a score in the mid to excellent range there for 2 big turns, 2 big committed turns in the pocket.
And as we see more updated scores, Mitu Montero with a 13.43 2-wave combination, followed by Juan Pablo Diban at 6.14. And Jacob Appel there bringing it up with a 3.6 there in 3rd place. Will be looking to increase those scores as soon as possible. But again, it looks like Mitu kind of putting himself out there, which is pretty common in his contest history, Skies. He kind of goes out there in those first couple of heats and really lays down the hammer. And I would say it was only really the last event in Mauritius where that process didn't carry through for him all the way into the event semifinals and finals where he's accustomed to be.
Yeah, Mitu's obviously a great rider, very accomplished kite surfer, and normally is definitely one to watch in all of his heats, and in most competitions he'll come out as we've seen here, just right out of the gates firing, and tries to just carry and build that momentum all the way through to the finals. Came up short in Mauritius, but as you said, he'll be looking for valuable points here.
See another just good size set wave rolling in right there. I don't think there was too much behind that one that anyone was able to ride, but as you can see, some pretty good sized rollers coming in, Sky.
Got some rollers out there in the ocean, Ben. So just about 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Men's round 1, heat 2. Mitu Montero, Jacob Appel, and Juan Pablo Diban.
So you get a bit more of an overview. You can see if you have been tuning in with us for the morning, the tide's starting to go out. You can see a bit more of that beach. We anticipate that to really continue to sort of race out for the rest of this day. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the waves and what it does to these riders and how it changes sort of the complexity of being able to navigate through these heats.
Yeah, I mean the tides here are so huge. They're way bigger than definitely what I'm used to, and most of us are used to. I think there's something like a 15-foot tide here in Ireland, about a 5-meter tide. I remember when I was here back in 2006, we went and rode a place early in the morning. Obviously, it must have been on high tide, and we went to have lunch. Came back a few hours later, and the spot was just gone. It wasn't even there anymore. It was just a few rocks sticking out of the sand. So, huge tides here. And official scores in from that first heat has Luke McGillivray taking the lead. So Luke McGillivray advancing straight into round 4 out of his round 1 heat.
I think that was Juan Pablo Diban just getting underneath that lip a little bit and having it break right over him, but able to power through that and come out of it. As we look at Mitu Montero, looks like he's onto a good one coming in on the inside here, Sky. Pretty high up in the contest zone. Looks like he's again making some pretty good decisions on his wave selection, and it's typically paid off for Mitu in the past. Let's see what he can do with this one, Sky. This looks like a good one.
Yeah, Mitu up riding switch here. He's actually a natural footer, but he's here riding on his forehand. Nice little foam climb there, switching his stance. Back. A big backside hack. See if he can get one more turn in here. And kind of coming unglued there on the last one, but looks like Mitu Montero currently sitting in the lead, pretty commanding lead in this heat at the moment with that first wave score. Looks like a 7.93 and his backup score of a 5.5. So Mitu Montero sitting in a really good position here.
Yeah, on combination, he's comboed both Juan Pablo and Jacob in this heat, and with just about 2.5 minutes left, I'm pretty sure we could probably seal the deal on Mitu passing on directly into round 4. As we see Mitu up on the wave again.
So Mitu riding this one on his backhand. A couple little turns there. Looks like he's maybe going to look for a little something more on the inside and just going to straighten out. And probably come on in here. As time ticks down in this heat. Looks like that wind continuing to build out there, Ben. I think Mitu's out on a 8 or 9 meter kite at the moment, looking pretty powered. Looking like the wind is just continuing to get better and better. As we see Juan Pablo Diban here in the white jersey in a last-ditch effort here. Little foam climb, and that's probably not going to do it for him. Currently looking for a combined score of 15.6 to overtake the lead from Mitu Montero.
Yeah, and again, with just about a minute left in this heat, I think be lucky to see just even one more wave by each of the riders, which I bet won't even happen. But again, here comes the Jacob Apple on the Liquid Force Kite, here in on the inside, trying to increase his wave score. Looks like he's going to pop out the back of that one. And again, as the conditions that we have here, kind of that side offshore, if you're not in the right position, Sky, you can very easily be pulled out the back. Again, similar conditions that we saw in Mauritius, in that you had to really think about your kiting. You couldn't just sort of park your kite there and move your body into the proper position. You kind of have to be thinking about both in order to be in the right position.
Yeah, for sure. So this is side offshore wind from the left. Looks like that is going to do it for this heat. We have the red flag coming up. I'm pretty sure Mitu Montero is going to take the lead in that one. So coming up next, more men's round 1 action here at the 2012 Aer Lingus Kitesurf Pro. All right, we have Christine Böse standing by down on the beach with the winner of that last heat, Luke McGilloway. Take it down to you, Christine.
Hi, yes, and here I am with Luke. Luke, you must be really stoked. First one to sample the conditions, first one to win a heat here at the Lingus Kite Surf Pro. Tell us, is it really that cold out there, and how are the conditions?
Well, it's pretty cold, but last few weeks in Cape Town, the water's been really cold, so I kind of got used to it. Booties, 4-3, and a chicken vest, so not too bad. I had gloves on, which was a huge bonus. It kept my hands warm, and my hood. I had a hood on, but in the first 2 minutes I took it off. It was too warm. So it was quite good.
Well, you just told me you couldn't hear the wind and the water and, well, the waves, whatever. So you had to take the hood off. Have you ever been riding with a hood? Do you think it's really cold in Ireland, or do you still enjoy your trip?
No, I'm still enjoying it. The hood's a little bit different because I feel disorientated with it on. I can't hear the water properly, so I'd rather just take it off and get a little bit cold, but it's not too bad.
And are you surprised by the conditions we are getting here? You were the first one to actually catch a little barrel in your heat here, well, just at the end of your heat. Is that what you expected from Ireland?
Not exactly. I expected onshore kind of mushy kind of stuff, and we got lucky today. It's really nice. It's a nice swell and really good wind, so I'm stoked to the results so far.
And I am too. Congratulations, Luke. Well done. Super proud of you. And you hear it, people. It's beautiful here in Ireland. Amazing conditions. Hopefully you will stay tuned and follow the rest of the contest with us today. Luke, you want to give a shout out to your people in South Africa?
It's just I just checked my Facebook and I got a lot of notifications. So thanks for the support, guys. And I'll keep trying to do South Africa proud.
Sounds good. Thanks everyone in South Africa, and back to Sky and Ben.
All right, great to hear from Luke McGilloway there. Similar conditions, I guess, to what he's used to in South Africa. He was talking a bit about staying warm. Looks like he came pretty prepared with his gloves and booties, and no stranger to cold water coming from Cape Town.
Yeah, and I think that, again, it's a bit of an advantage. Anything that you can get over your competitors, whether that be time spent at the local spots that you're about to compete in. Again, as we saw in Mauritius, a few of the riders showing up a bit early to sort of get themselves comfortable with the conditions. You know, same goes for weather, same goes for everything like that. And so someone who's perhaps used to riding in wetsuits and, you know, not necessarily frolicking in the white beach sand, jumping into lukewarm bathwater as they're going kiteboarding, is going to have a bit of an advantage over the rest of their competitors. And not saying that Patri isn't a seasoned veteran, but both these kids are relatively new to this world tour stage. And Patri obviously coming from Maui, Luke coming from South Africa, and though riding skill has a lot to do with it for sure, time spent in conditions similar to where you're going to be competing only helps. So coming up, heat number 3, we are in round 1 of the men. We are yellow flag in sequence. In the yellow, or the orange I should say, we have Mauricio Pedreira, the Brazilian. He's a powerhouse. He's a big guy. He's going to be throwing buckets out there, coming up against Lee Harvey from Great Britain, familiar with, has been here before, rides not too far away in England, in Cornwall, coming up against the Brazilian Pedro Henrique. This is a pretty hot heat, Sky. This should showcase a little bit difference in style of riding between Pedro and Mauricio, both Brazilian, against the Lee Harvey from Great Britain.
Yeah, and Pedro recently relocated to Portugal, originally from Brazil, obviously now living in Portugal. Actually just came from the trials there at the Rip Curl Pro in Peniche, and he was down there riding with, surfing I should say, with all of his old surf buddies. We talked a lot about how Pedro spent a lot of time on the WQS circuit. He was also a top 44 ASP
Looks like Lee
World
Harvey
Championship
here.
Tour competitor, and Lee Harvey there from Cornwall. Just having a little look at his first scoring ride here. So the two Brazilians here doing battle against the man from Great Britain, Lee Harvey. It's pretty interesting to hear Luke McGilloway in his interview there when Christine asked him what kind of conditions he was expecting. I don't think any of us really knew quite what to expect here in Ireland. You know, I came here back in 2006, which was quite a long time ago, and we pretty much had everything on that trip as well. We surfed some glassy days, had some onshore days, had some side offshore days, so it's kind of tough to know what to expect when you come here. It's kind of luck of the draw. You can spend 10 days here and really score and get perfect side offshore conditions, or you know, only get the onshore stuff. But looks like here we have I believe that was Pedro Henrique on a great looking left-hander. So two goofy footers in this heat, the two Brazilians both riding here on their forehand, and Lee Harvey. I keep wanting to say Lee Harvey Oswald.
I'm sure that's something he's not going to want to be associated with.
Okay, well, Lee Pasty Harvey, rather, is checking out this one, riding on his backhand, regular footer from Great Britain. A little bit of a smaller wave here through the inside.
He was out there for a surf this morning, kind of getting familiar with the place again. This is kind of a secret spot, actually. Here there's no way in the world I would have known how to get here if someone was just trying to explain it to me. So we see Mauricio. I think that was Mauricio's kite that almost went down there.
So it looks like Mauricio Pajera throwing buckets there on that first turn, just absolutely annihilating that wave. And some really committed surfing there from the big Brazilian Mauricio Pajera. Yeah, I don't even think this spot has a name, Ben. I think we just kind of stumbled down this road and ended up finding a nice little left-hander to set up shop. And
this is a good set rolling in on the outside. I know Pedro Henrique is out there on that best Cabo, but I'm not sure if he's having some equipment problems, but let that one pass, and he's going to regret that one later. That was a good one that just rolled through. I'm not sure exactly what happened with his gear there, but he seems, I don't know if he lost his board. Looks like maybe he's looking for his board out there, Sky. Oh no, looks like he's up and riding now, but definitely missed a little bit of an opportunity there. Was in a perfect position to catch what looked to be one of the bigger set waves that went unridden all the way onto the inside. But plenty of time. We're coming up on about 11 minutes left in this heat. Pedro Henrique on the board with a 4.33, Lee Harvey 3.26 combined wave score. Mauricio Pedrera, his score is still waiting to drop, but I anticipate that last one we saw him ride was will be a relatively high scoring wave in this heat so far.
So it looks like Pedro Henrique sitting in the lead at the moment. I'm sure we will see that scenario change as soon as Mauricio Pajera's scores drop. But at the moment, looks like we've got Pedro dropping in. Let's see what Pedro can do. I'm going to say this wave probably suits Pedro perfectly, riding forehand. Big foam climb snap there. Coming here through the inside, another nice hack off the top, and losing that board out from underneath his feet. Look at those waves rolling in, Ben. Looks like we've got just awesome conditions out there at the moment. Currently about 1:35 in the afternoon here, local Ireland time.
I think Pedro possibly rode out of that one, Sky. Kind of burst out of our frame there, but I glanced out the window just a second. He was up on his board, so he may have rolled out of that one, which would definitely increase that wave score. So we go back to live action here.
These sets just continuing to pour in here, Ben. A nice long period swell here for today's competition. We've got the forecast is telling us something around 3.5 meters
like
with
Mauricio.
a 15 or 16 second period. And Mauricio
Might be on
Pajera,
a big one there on the outside.
so Mauricio playing the patience game there. Took him a while to go out and find that wave. Let's see if this is going to do it for him.
Racing down the line, trying to what looks like beat a closeout coming through.
Snapping that one up there, and that is going to just be a one-turn wave for the Brazilian. So current scores have Pedro Henrique leading this heat with 2 mid-range scores. Mauricio Pedreira with a 6 for his first scoring ride. So he will be looking for a backup to overtake the lead from Pedro with just over 8 minutes remaining. Speaking of Pedro Henrique, dropping in that low center of gravity, just really fluid surfing there from Pedro Henrique.
Yeah, definitely, and this isn't the biggest wave that we've seen of the set, but he's working it. He's doing everything he can with it, and again, that's what the judges like to see. They like to see you utilize everything that's on offer out there, big or small. Ride this thing all the way in. Definitely his surfing background coming into play in this particular instance, milking every last ounce out of that wave all the way into the inside, which shows why he's got the lead in this event so far, or I'm sorry, in this heat so far. But again, Mauricio Pedreira having the highest wave score of this heat puts himself in good position, again with just over 7 minutes left in this heat, to put out even just a mid-range score will allow him to overtake Pedro Henrique for the win, and Lee Harvey playing catch-up there in the third spot, pretty much needing a combo of 2 waves here, so he's got to get busy in the last 7 minutes to have a chance at overtaking either Pedro or Mauricio for the lead here.
Yeah, we do have 15-minute heats being run today. So it's a 15-minute heat with a 5-minute transition period. So plenty of time with the amount of waves we've seen rolling through to lock in those 2 best scoring rides. And no lack of sets here today. And it should just continue to get better and better as we roll into the evening hours. And I know our contest directors are very hungry to get off as many heats as they possibly can today. Lee Harvey with a nice backhand snap there.
So he knocked his back foot off there a little bit. He's trying to shuffle that around. Not much to utilize there on the inside anyway. So we see Mauricio Pedreira on the outside. Taking a look at this one. Doesn't look like it's one of the bigger ones, but he's had his moments here in this heat of proper wave selection, and it just goes to show with that 6-pointer that he had, kind of being patient, as you said, Sky, and sticking with it and getting rewarded for a good wave choice there about midway through the heat. But again, he's still got a little bit of catch-up work to do with just about 6 minutes left in this heat to catch Pedro Henrique, but not an impossible task. Doesn't need too big of a score in order to overtake him for the lead.
It looks like we've got some Pasty fans tuning in online, cheering on their local boy, somewhat of a local.
Huh.
I guess England's not too far from Ireland. So just over 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Looks like we've got Pedro Henrique here, dropping in, taking a look at this one.
Oh,
Nice first turn there. Foam climb. See if he can blast off one more turn here. Looks like this thing is going to close out and run away from him. But Pedro Henrique, looks like he dropped a 7 on his last wave, so he's currently sitting in a great lead there with the single highest scoring wave of this heat so far.
yeah, now really putting pressure on the other 2 guys, that is for sure. Mauricio was sitting a bit prettier a couple minutes ago when he had that 6, but Pedro Henrique able to throw down a 7 with those powerful bottom and top turn combinations with one of the last waves that we saw, and definitely putting himself in a position to make it really difficult for either Mauricio or Lee to catch him.
So Pedro just slowly building momentum and tightening the screws on his 2 fellow competitors here. This is round 1 of the men's competition here.
Lee Harvey we have up and riding on this wave, doing maybe taking a page out of Pedro Enrique's book for this heat, Sky, milking this thing all the way onto the inside. Not the biggest that we've seen, but Pedro has been scoring well in that particular philosophy.
And Mauricio Pedrera there, also trying to pull this one all the way through to the inside. Both Mauricio and Lee are pretty big guys, and one thing to keep in mind is Pedro is not the biggest guy, that's for sure. So these waves looking a little bit bigger perhaps when Pedro's on them. Plus, you know, that sort of low center of gravity, that low sort of squatty stance.
Yeah, and he's on a smaller kite for sure, and we all know smaller kites move quicker, so perhaps able to get himself pretty quickly in the proper position. Again, it's sort of how you look at it. You know, those obviously being the benefits for a smaller rider, but bigger riders can oftentimes either hold down kites better in stronger winds, and then also because of the weight behind him can throw some pretty serious spray behind him, kind of exaggerating those top and bottom turns. And it just goes to show you kind of have to utilize what God's given you and go out there and make it look as good as you possibly can, and hope for the best from the judges.
Oh, Pedro Henrique there, just blowing the
Beautiful.
fins free, big tail waft, and hitting the closeout there. He's going to be looking to finish this one all the way through to the beach. And Pedro just on fire out there, looking really sharp. And Mauricio Pedrera looking for a little cover up there, not quite finding it. So,
and Mauricio definitely improving his score from earlier in the heat, which if things would have stayed as they were would have allowed him to overtake Pedro Enrique. But again, Enrique getting a couple higher scoring waves as this heat went on, not sitting back and sort of being comfortable with his lead, really going after it, and paying off for him with a 12.52 wave score currently. And as you said, Sky, turning the screws pretty tight on both his competitors in this heat, Mauricio Pedrera, the Brazilian, and Lee Harvey from Great Britain.
absolutely. So coming up, we've got some more great heats on offer, but looks like Lee Harvey there having a little look at that one. Coming up in heat number 4 is going to be Keely Brandau, Gonzalo Gomez, and Keith McGowan, a local Irish wild card. Keely Brandau was the winner of our KSP event in Peru last year, and a longtime competitor from Brazil. It's going to be a great heat. I can't wait for that one coming up. So just about a minute remaining in this round 1 heat. Heat number 3, Pedro Enrique currently sitting in the lead with a 12.5 heat score total. And Mauricio Pedrera chasing a 6.51, well within his grasp and well within his ability if he can just find the wave he's looking for.
Yeah, but looking at what we see out in front of us, Sky, with only about 30 seconds or less left in this heat, I would have to say that Pedro probably has pretty safe with now what looks to be a 7.6 and a 7 on the board. Again, those scores dropping in front of you here. We will wait for those to be official, but that's what we see as the most current scores tabulated being sent to us. And it looks like this perhaps will be the last wave of the heat by Lee Harvey.
So
wow,
this could be a
great right there.
This could be a great wave for Lee. That first turn really solid. This heat has come to a close, so that will be the last scoring ride of this heat. I'm gonna say that is not gonna do it for Lee Harvey.
And as we just saw a flag come down, that is the official end of the heat. We're at quadruple zeros in front of you there on your screen for the heat, but we are in sequence. We are about to go into, as Sky just described, heat number 4 of round 1 here at the men's. We are going to step away for a second for a word from our sponsors and be back with you with more live action here from Ireland, the third stop of the KSP World Tour.
Alright, so we do have Christine Böse standing by with the winner of that last men's heat, Mitu Montero. Down to you, Christine. Looks like we had a little bit of an audio problem there for Mitu's interview. We're going to try to get that sorted out, and we'll hear from Mitu and what he has to say in just a minute. But at the moment, we've got more men's round 1 action coming up in the next heat number 4 of men's round 1. Guilherme Brandão from Brazil, Gonzalo Gomes from Portugal, and Keith McGowan, the local Irish wild card in this heat. Got some great sets there rolling through. And we're going to cut down to an interview with Christine momentarily here, as we see these sets rolling through our competition site. Conditions just seem to be getting better and better, Ben.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Again, this is kind of what we expected, but it's pretty phenomenal that we were able to get this perfect cross of wind, waves, and sunshine. It's pretty unbelievable that we had it all come together like this on a Sunday. It's the weekend here. Everybody's amped up to be showcasing this event here on the west coast of Ireland in day 3 of our holding period. We've had some fantastic conditions so far, and look to be bringing those to you all day long here live. And can't wait to get keep this thing going and see what else the Mother Nature has on offer for us here today.
All right, we're going to try to throw that interview back down to Christine, standing by with Mitu Montero. Down to you, Christine.
Thank you, Sky, and sorry for that little sound problem there. I hope you guys are copying us now. Here I am with Mitu Montero from Cabo Verde in the cold waters of Ireland. Mitu, the cold water doesn't seem to influence you very much. Highest heat score of the event so far with a 15.6. You had 2 incredible waves. How did it feel out there?
It's fun, to be on the water. It's different condition. It's a little bit cold, but it's really fun to be on the water. It's like on my heat, it's really difficult to find a good wave, so I wait a little bit. And I found a really good wave. I do my best and I pass my heat, so I'm happy.
Great, congratulations for that. You're going to come up against Luke McGillivray in the next round, well, in the 4th round, since both of you won your first heat. Luke was the one that you came against in Mauritius that, managed to win against you, even though you were the event favorite there. What's your tactics going into the heat with Luke this time?
I think it's the same, I'm just going to do my best and I hope I can pass my heat, because you never know. Just when you go in the water, you can find a good wave, so you can win or I can win, Just, I'm going to do my best. We're going to see what happens. Good
luck for that. But now the conditions here are a bit different than in Cabo Verde, than home. What's home for you? It's a lot colder. You're wearing a 5'3". You're not that cold, you were telling me, and you're really enjoying Ireland. Tell us about why.
Yeah, it's not cold, like everybody say, so it's okay. It's a little bit cold, but it's okay. I think it's really important and so really good to improve more your riding. You need to ride on different conditions, Like here you need to use the boot and the glue, so it's different, You can feel the board, but I think it's really cool to improve more your ride.
Great. I'm glad everyone is enjoying it. The weather is beautiful today and it really looks like Hawaii a little bit out there. Did you want to say a few words to your crew at home on Cabo Verde?
Yeah, first just for my wife and my little Michael. Good, thanks to see me and all the guys there in Cabo Verde, my family, and also for all the staff, F1 staff. Yeah.
M from us, and a hello to the Kiteboarding Club on Saal as well, and I guess we give it back to Sky and Ben.
Excellent stuff there from Mitu and Christine. Mitu passing his round 1 heat. Looks like he's pretty happy and relaxed, pretty stoked to be straight on to round 4, but live action here in front of you. Looks like we've got that is Gili Brandao there with a nice backhand gouge there.
They're going to be ready to see some pretty stylish riding from Gili. I know he's also perhaps got a little bit of the hunger from the last event, kind of a bad taste in his mouth. He's also used to being up at the top there on the podium and was kind of sent home by some of the underdogs, and I know he's going to come out firing in this event, and he's going to be out there like he's got something to prove, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think Gili ended up in 5th place there at the Mauritius event. A little bit better than he did the previous year in Mauritius, where he got knocked out. I believe he was even 13th, and then he came back in the very next event in Peru to win. So in Mauritius, 5th place, and he'll be looking to do some damage here in Ireland. He's been out over the last couple days in the little bit of wind and waves that we've had, or I should say a lot of wind, but a little bit of waves that we've had practicing, and he's had all the gear on. He's got his booties and gloves and hood, and it looks like he came prepared for the cold and ready to do battle out here in Ireland.
And we do have official results from last heat. We do have Pedro Henrique, the Brazilian now living in Portugal, passing on with a 2-wave combined score of 14.6. Mauricio Pedreira, a fellow Brazilian, coming in second, 9.67, and a 7.83 for Lee Harvey from Great Britain.
So Gonzalo Gomez looks like currently sitting in the lead of this heat. Gili Brandao just doing a little layback, see if he can stand up out of this thing.
Doesn't look like he's gonna.
Looks like he's not going to quite be able to pull that one. He was trying to work a little bit of Brazilian magic there. Keith McGowan, our local Irish wild card here, using that hometown knowledge here.
I think that's Gonzalo Gomez, actually.
Oh, sorry, that's Gonzalo Gomez, my mistake.
Our current heat leader with a 4 and a 3 combo. Gili with a 4.17, again, waiting for scores to be officially dropped. It does take a couple minutes to see kind of a Mackin wave coming in there. It's got some texture on it, that's for sure.
Yeah, that side offshore wind really blowing up the face of these waves. Looks like a really good direction out there at the moment, actually. And if I'm not mistaken, this is our local Irish wild card, Keith McGowan.
Yep.
Taking a little look at this one. Looks like he's got a great wave here to work with. See if he can get around this section and get a little more open face to work with.
Put in some turns. It's going to be a good scoring wave for him. He's looking for a good opening scoring wave, and I think that might put him on the board.
So just finishing that wave nicely.
Looks
like Gili Brandao out the back there. That was a huge first turn. We actually missed it on our screen here. I think that's just going to be a one-hit wonder. But we'll wait to see just how big a turn that was when those scores dropped for that wave. I think he was able to get one big blast right off the bat on that nice size set wave. So round 1 action here today. Almost 2 p.m. local time here in Ireland. This is heat number 4 of men's round 1. We'll be looking to get as many heats done as possible today. We're going to blaze straight through round 1 of the men's here, go straight into round 1 of the ladies, and then just continue to push this thing until the sun goes down and then we don't have any more light to work with. This is day 3 of our holding period, 10-day holding period here in Ireland.
Currently in round 1, heat 4 of the men's draw, Gonzalo Gomez sitting in front with 2 4s, a combined total 8. Gili Brandao has a 4.17, a higher wave score, so we'll be looking to update that 1.17 he has as a backup. I'm sure he'll be able to do that before the heat ends here with just under 10 minutes left to go. He'll definitely be looking to get up there and challenge Gonzalo Gomez for the victory. And this is, you have a great shot of the lines rolling in right out in front of our event site here.
Yeah, and again, just with this mobile event format, we're pretty much able to go wherever we want. We're completely mobile with all of our vehicles and our satellite internet.
So you're saying we're mobile?
We can move, Ben.
Okay.
We can move around. And this morning we were actually planning on setting up at a different spot, which you can actually see on your screen down there, where you see that wave off in the distance, but just a little bit too offshore, so
But
sort of moving up the
You're
beach.
going to say that because we're mobile.
We moved.
Oh.
That's right, Ben.
I'm starting to catch up.
I'm trying to stress the mobile experience here. So it looks like we've got Gonzalo Gomez here in the white jersey dropping in on this one. Currently sitting in second place now behind Gili Brandao. And a nice
Getting
forehand.
himself in exactly the right position. The waves have gotten a little sectiony here in the last heat or so, it looks like. And
That's going to be a great scoring ride from Gonzalo. Nice completed ride here all the way through to the inside. Keith McOwen there out the back. Playing a little bit of catch up right now, but Gili Brandao sitting in the lead.
Rolling in here. Gili right behind us. It's a 1-2-3 situation.
Oh, look at this
3
wave
waves
of
in a
Gili
row.
Brandao's. Comes around the corner. Big vertical snap up in the pocket. Another turn. This is going to be a great score for Gili. Another third little foam climb there to finish things
A
off.
little bit of an airdrop there coming off of that first turn, that's for sure, and pulling it off. That was definitely one of the bigger sets that we've seen roll in during this heat, and Gili taking advantage, perhaps the better wave selection of that heat with that third set wave.
So stoked to see waves of that caliber rolling in here today on day 3 of our holding period. It's been pretty flat over the last couple of days. We've been sort of waiting for this swell to fill in, and luckily, as expected, it has turned up just on time to get this thing underway today in excellent conditions. We'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, our title sponsor here, Aer Lingus, without whom we could not be putting on this event. Also our tour outfitter, Iron Essentials, and our host for this event, the Pure Magic Lodge down there on Apple Island. Huge thanks to those guys. Hertz, and of course North Kiteboarding as well. And just like to thank Kieran and Owen, our local organizers here, for all of their hard work. Freeride Ireland. So great waves here rolling in. Gili Brandao, Gonzalo Gomez, and Keith McOwen all doing battle out there. Gili Brandao currently sitting in the lead. Looks like an 8.33 for that last wave of Gili Brandao's.
Wow. Another set rolling in right now, Sky, live on screen right in front of you.
And that looks like Gili Brandao once again. Conditions just are getting better and better. 2 massive turns there from Gili. Now looking to
Putting the
improve
pressure
on that
on Gonzalo,
5-5.
that's for sure. And the tide kind of dropping out a little bit here, and you can see at the contest area getting further and further away from the beach, but hasn't been too detrimental to the conditions here, Sky. Actually, it seems like it's been pretty consistent throughout the day, and we've seen some great action so far, and we're only not even midway through men's first round here.
Yeah, it looks like the conditions are just continuing to get better and better. I can feel our live stream trailer here starting to shake from that wind. Looks like probably got about 20 knots out there in the competition zone at the moment. So plenty of wind, plenty of surf, and plenty of sunshine too.
Yeah, actually, remarkably, we're having to block out the sun from our trailer here so we can actually see what in the world we're looking at, which is something we didn't really account for when we were setting up this whole event. We were assuming it would be fairly rainy, fairly cold, but it's actually a pretty great day as we see Gonzalo Gomez going for a bit of a body surf there on the inside. It's a great shot there of how far out the tide's moved since we joined you earlier this morning.
Yeah, that was about 10 feet underwater just a couple hours ago, so that tide rapidly pulling out, and it looks like just improving conditions as it does so. That was a great little headshot there of your commentators here.
Yeah, sorry, we're going to have to apologize for that.
Guy Solbach and Ben Meyer. We'll be here with you, well, all week, calling the play-by-play action as usual.
As we have a bit of lull in the sets out here, coming up to around 4 minutes left in this Heat 4 of round 1. Looks like Guilherme Brandão setting the tone and perhaps even, we'll have to double check, but looking like he has perhaps one of the highest two-wave scores that we've seen so far of the event. As we see Guilherme again on a wave, just showcasing that such powerful bottom to top momentum that he carries through. Not able to pull that one through, but definitely showcasing why he is usually up there at the end of almost every event he enters.
Yeah, so pretty big heat scores so far in this event. In that heat number 1, Luke McGillivray coming out swinging with a 4.77 heat score total. 14.77.
Yeah.
And Mitu Montero then following that up in his heat number 2 of round 1 of 15.6 total. Pedro Henrique heat 3 of 14.6, and we'll wait to see where Guilherme will end up here. But looks like Gonzalo Gomez there with a big forehand snap. Some great looking waves out there.
It's racing around that section and able to find some open face to work with there. Look, did you see that wave right behind him just exploding right there on the beach? Again, pretty where they're riding right now. It's pretty sandy bottom. Downwind of them a bit, it turns a bit rocky. We were told earlier this morning as that starts to as the tide starts to drop, more and more of those rocks are exposed. But where the guys are riding right now, pretty much is sandy all the way through, which makes it great for competing either high or low tide.
Yeah, it kind of works on a little bit of everything. So Guilherme Brandão with a 15.9 heat score total. That is the highest heat score total so far of this men's round 1. We'll wait to see. He looks like he's not finished yet, Ben. Another big turn there and just kind of getting caught under the lip on that second turn. Run over by that
freight train. Like Gonzalo Gomez here at the back. Not sure he's hooked into any thing there on the outside. Probably just having a look at what's behind that last set wave. But doesn't look like he's gonna come any further in. He's gonna wait a bit more probably for the next set to come in, which by the looks of things might not happen before we hear that final horn for the heat. We still are at green flag, but running quickly up on about a minute left in this heat, so it's about time for a little bit of emergency action going on for these guys who are, for both Gonzalo Gomez and Keith McGowan, trying to chase Guilherme Brandão down with that giant 15.9 two-wave score.
Yeah, Gonzalo's going to be looking for a pretty big score here to overtake the lead back from Guilherme with under a minute remaining.
As we see Gonzalo just showing no fear on that climb up the wave face, going after that little lip section, not able to ride out of it. These waves are pretty powerful. I mean, they're just based on their size, even you can see that they're packing some punch, but that cold water and the long tide that's coming in and out, Sky, kind of gives these an extra little something that you don't find in a lot of places around the world.
Yeah, it's always a little different riding in cold water. You know, you've got a lot of neoprene on. It's most of us, I guess, are probably not used to riding in quite that much neoprene, so just kind of all adds an extra element into the equation.
And I believe this will be the last wave scored of the heat, as I believe that our local wildcard Keith McGowan was on that wave as the horn was sounding, which should score decently for him. Looked like he was kind of flirting with trying to pull into that little cover-up section there at the end, but didn't look like the position of the wind was lining him up for that.
So I'm going to say that Guilherme Brandão definitely passed that heat to huge scores there in the excellent range, that 8.33 and a 7.57. He's going straight through to round 4. And of course, Gonzalo Gomez and Keith McGowan not out of this thing just yet. They can still make a comeback they are straight into round 2, where they will do battle again in the second chance round to make their way back up the heat ladder. In the next heat, we've got Sebastian Ribeiro. He was third place in our last event in Mauritius. He's going to be coming up against Machu Almeida Lopez from Cabo Verde and Cameron Beal from the U.S.
Yeah, and this should be a pretty fun heat. I know yesterday we had a little sort of an expression session for at one of the popular local beaches on Ackle Island, Keel Beach, which is where most of the riders in this area go. It's a popular spot. It's kind of our home base. It's where Pure Magic, the lodge is, that's been taking care of us so well while we've been here, is located. If you guys have a chance to go visit these guys, please do. The hospitality is unbelievable. Their local spot is great. There's a great flat water section. There's a great wave spot. Miles and miles and miles and miles of beaches anywhere you look. So this spot is spectacular. Please come visit. But Machu Almeida taking that crown of that expression session yesterday in the last 10 seconds, throwing down a pretty sweet kind of a flat 3 unhooked move that he'd never done before, and sort of having fun with all the other riders out there and showcasing this world-class talent for everybody that's on Ackle Island. There was quite a big group of people out there yesterday cheering these guys on. It was a pretty cool scene.
Yeah, and it's great to see Machu doing well in the expression session. I'm sure he's going to come out firing in this his first heat of round 1. Actually, I had high hopes for Machu. I actually had some money on him in my fantasy team. Well, not quite money, but I had him on my fantasy team for the KSP 1i Pro down in Mauritius last month. I actually expected him to do really well there. He actually got knocked out of the event fairly early. Had a bit of bad luck.
But then coming up against Sebastian Ribeiro, which is going to be no joke. He again was a semi-finalist last event in Mauritius as a backside rider. I believe facing similar conditions here, and if anyone can handle the backside riding, it's for sure Sebastian Ribeiro. He's absolutely firing last event, and Cameron Beal, definitely not to be overlooked. Young kid, just got a lot of energy, got a lot of ambition to get out there and just really showcase his riding style, his skill. Definitely a seasoned surfer, tons of water knowledge.
Yeah, and coming from California, where it's predominantly all rights, especially for kiting, I'm sure he's really stoked to be riding, facing the wave out here in Ireland. Again, the conditions can be pretty much anything here in Ireland. It could be rights, lefts, offshore, onshore, but just so happens that today we've got perfect side offshore wind from the left. So Cameron Beal is going to be pretty stoked to be riding on his forehand here in this next heat. This actually doesn't look too different from Northern California, where Cameron spends a lot of his time. Cold water, really rugged coastline. I'm sure
Yeah,
he feels right at home here.
We saw a few seals swimming around out there, surfing out there earlier this morning, which is not an uncommon sight in Northern California either. So, as you said, feeling probably right at home and really looking forward to get out there. I know we missed him in Mauritius after being at the Portugal event, but back in action here in Ireland.
Yeah, stoked Cameron could make it out for this event. He's been doing a bit of racing, I think, this season. I competed with him at the North American Championships there in San Francisco about a month and a half ago. And he does it all. And looks like Machu Almeida Lopez from Cabo Verde with a nice looking little wave here. This is going to be a really good first score for Machu. Just blasting off a series of forehand turns there and working that thing all the way through to the inside. So Machu Almeida looking for a little bit of revenge after his early exit from the competition in Mauritius.
And again, seeing great conditions out there. I would say per 15-minute heat sky, we're probably looking at a good maybe 4 major sets rolling through each heat if my math serves me. which
it probably doesn't,
hasn't
but
been so good. But it seems that each rider out there is getting their fair chance at really trying trying to.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're getting a lot of waves ridden, Ben. You know, in that last heat, Geely rode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like he rode about 8 waves, so plenty of waves rolling through. As we see Cameron Beal there on his first scoring ride, getting some nice turns there. And just about a minute and a half into this heat. This is men's round 1, heat number 5. And just look at how far that tide has pulled out.
It's amazing.
It's going to be interesting to see just how far the tide actually pulls out here and how big that beach is going to get. So it looks like we've got Christine standing by down there with the winner of that last men's heat, Pedro Henrique. Take it down to you, Christine.
Nice of the thing. Matching by not choosing to take that wave now is giving himself a good upwind line to get himself out and wait for that next big set.
In the end of the heat,
You
you had an incredible wave. How did that feel? What are you going to tell us about the conditions here in Ireland?
I'm happy anyway. Like, it was my first winning on the first round. In Mauritius, I win some hits, but was not on the first one. And the first one is really nice, really better win. So I'm happy. Like, I didn't have time to training before the heat, so I was a little bit nervous. Like, where's the winds? Where's the winds? And how my kite flying, because it's a different wind too. But
You were just coming from Portugal. You were there for the ASP event. You want to tell us a little bit about that quickly?
yeah, I'm now living.
Sebastian right away on the outside there, looking for a swell line to open up, something to wall up behind him.
Hey, Keith. Keith, here on your left. 9 o'clock. Left. Keith.
So live action out there at the moment. Rider on his backhand. I believe that's Sebastian Ribeiro, that patented backside fluidity that he's becoming known for.
He's just got that extra push out the back. You almost see him blowing his fins out with that pretty unique style back there, or on his back there, on his backside turn is what I was trying to say. Style back there.
He's got some pretty good style back there, man.
No, but you can see it once he lays into that top turn going backside. He's kind of got that little extra punch there at the end that really kind of gives that unique stamp to his style, and it's definitely been scoring high with the judges on tour so far this year. So it'll be interesting to see how he does down the road here.
Yeah, it's been a real pleasure actually to watch Sebastian on tour this year. Just really nice flowing style, staying really mid-phase. Big blast there, speaking of Sebastian Ribeiro.
Oh.
And
a set rolling
looks
in.
like Machu on a really nice looking wave here. Let's see what he can
Leading the
do.
heat so far.
Big
Oh
turn.
my goodness.
Just pumping, trying to get enough speed to get around this section, see if he can find a little bit something more on the inside. Foam climb to finish that thing off. Machu looking really, really sharp out here and really hungry to make it through this first round 1 heat.
And definitely putting himself out there as the guy to beat in this heat so far, with two kind of a low 5 and a mid-range 5-point score, giving him a 10.84, which isn't as high as we've seen, but definitely is high enough to be winning some of the heat. So it's going to really put the pressure on, as we see Sebastian right there coming through, answering that pressure with now 2 over 6-point rides, pretty much putting some major pressure on everyone behind him as we see just a...
Oh, Cameron Beal just catching a bit of chop there, going over the front.
The serious set rolling in as you see them continue to roll in.
Here we go, Sebastian Ribeiro dropping in on his backhand. Looks like this thing kind of doubling up. He's sort of waiting for this thing.
Yeah, I think it might.
And that thing's probably not going to
crumble over and not really give him anything to work with. But yeah, Sebastian Ribeiro was kind of under the gun there for a second, but answers Machu right back with his with a 6.6 and a 6.172 wave score to put him in the lead. Pretty much making it not impossible, but kind of a low to mid-range 7-point score for Machu to be able to overtake Sebastian Ribeiro to get back up into that top position in this heat with about 8 minutes remaining left in this round 1, heat 5 of the men's draw. We are super excited to be welcoming everyone who's watching at home here to the Aer Lingus Kitesurf Pro Ireland 2012, the first KSP event here ever in Ireland. Everyone here has been so nice, so happy to see us. We were driving by road signs today that are typically used for works and construction that had big letters welcoming all the KSP riders here. We've been welcomed with open arms, and it's awesome to sit by the fire at night here and, you know, kind of shoot the breeze with all the locals and you know, learn about their lives here on the west coast of Ireland. Kind of a rugged lifestyle, and one I particularly like, and it's so great to be able to come and experience this.
Yeah, if this kiteboarding gig doesn't work out, I think I'm going to come be a sheep farmer in Ireland.
That's right.
As we see Machu Almeida Lopez, big floater there dropping in, great style.
It's going to be a tight one, Sky. I think this one's going to go down to the wire here. Machu, again, as we said, winning that expression session yesterday in the last 10 seconds of that heat, so he's going to be battling for sure up until the final bell. We see a pretty big set wave behind there. I don't think anyone's on that. I think Sebastian Ribeiro here on the inside, choosing perhaps this one with a little bit better form.
Big blast off the top there.
Looks like it's going to be a one and done for Sebastian on that one, but again, kind of continuing that very powerful backhand riding style, and serving him well again here in heat 5 of round 1 here for the men's draw, putting him up. 2-wave score. Machu increasing his, or getting closer, but still only managing an 11.04 2-wave score. Still needing a 7-pointer, or over a 7-pointer to bring Sebastian Ribeiro back to him.
Yeah, so Machu is going to be doing all he can in the last few minutes of this heat, last 6 minutes or so, to overtake the lead from Sebastian. He's going to be chasing a 7.1.
We see Cameron Beal way on the outside there, not doing too bad with that 7.5 2-wave score, probably the highest third place score we've seen so far. So again, not far out of reach, but both Sebastian and Machu just battling for that, to be able to skip that second and third round heats and go straight to that 4th round for the winner of this heat.
So it looks like Sebastian improving his situation there a little bit more with a 7.4 and a 6.6. And here once again up and riding, taking a little look at that one, not quite liking what he saw through the inside there. He's going to kick out and see if he can get another scoring ride to back up that 7.4.
Just coming up on almost midway through the 2 o'clock hour here in Ireland, as you can see on your screen there, 14:20 here local time. We anticipate at least another, probably close to 4 hours of competition would be my guess, until that sky turns dark or the wind stops, is how long we'll be bringing you this live action. Again, Sky Soulbox sitting next to me, coming up in a later heat 7 I believe. He'll be out there. Ben Meyer sitting next to him, bringing you this live commentary looking forward to this event in particular, and so psyched. I know all the riders are psyched to be able to get conditions like we see today.
Yeah, it's so cool to have an event in a place like this. It's not your typical event venue, and I know everyone's pretty stoked to be here in Ireland. I've had some great parties and great, you know, it's just the locals are so welcoming here. I've been playing music every night. We had a big opening ceremony on Friday night. We had a whole band of bagpipes marches through the Pure Magic Lodge, and that was a really cool, very Irish experience.
Unbelievable. Marched in by a piper band into the Pure Magic Lodge. So we go back to live action here. Looks like that's Cameron Beal. They're on the inside. See if he can't race around the section. A bit of a foam ball. He's on there. Not going to be able to do anything much else with that. But back
There
to
we
Machu.
go. Machu just blowing the tail free there.
Powerful riding style. Again, not able probably to race around this section other than to work with a little bit of foam, but you can see why Machu is kind of he's a scary competitor to come up against in any heats guy, though not a long pedigree of contest experience. Definitely one of those guys you don't want to see in your side of the ladder.
Yeah, well, coming from Cabo Verde, you know, he's obviously got Me Too to watch, and you know, he also rides a lot together with Ayrton. So when you're riding with guys like that, it's you know, it's no wonder that he's stepping up his level so much. And
Sebastian on a wisely chosen wave there out the back. This thing looks like it's going to wall up nicely for him to just showcase that hammering, powerful backhand style, and choosing to ditch it there, as that was going to come and get him and run over him a little bit.
so Sebastian Ribeiro in a pretty commanding lead, has Machu chasing now a 7.67.
And amazingly, Machu is continuing to get closer, but Sebastian continuing to close the door, answering back with Machu's challenges. Machu began the heat kind of putting out a couple of pretty mid-range good scores and has been continuing to increase those as the heat goes on, but Sebastian doing the same and making it hard for Machu to come back on this one, especially approaching about 1 minute left in the heat here.
So here we go, Cameron Beal, the rider from California. Not quite finding the wave he was perhaps looking for there, but a little bit of a lull in the sets at the moment with just about a minute remaining. Machu is going to be playing some serious catch-up here, chasing that 7.67 with time ticking down. See if he can lock into one more set wave and produce a score into the excellent range to overtake the lead from the Brazilian Sebastian Ribeiro. So if you're just joining us, this is day 3 of our 10-day holding period here of the 2012 Aer Lingus Kitesurf Pro Ireland. Sebastian Ribeiro, a little snap there off the top. And looks like Machu in a bit of a last-ditch effort here, looking for one last scoring ride. Not much of a set wave. We'll see what he can do with it. That red flag just going up.
But this will score, but I don't think that's going to be what he's looking for to be able to overtake Sebastian Ribeiro. So it looks like Sebastian Ribeiro, barring anything we didn't see, Sky will be advancing on through that round 5. I'm sorry, that round 1 heat 5.
Exactly, so that tide is pulling out there big time. And we do have Christine standing by.
With Gili Brandau, heat winner. So let's throw it down to Christine for an interview with Gili.
Thank you, Ben. Gili, congratulations. Fabulous ride. You were scoring the highest wave score as well as the highest heat score of the event so far, an 8.33 with a combined heat score of 15.9. Beating Me Too and everyone else just like that. I heard you saying earlier you wanted to win Mauritius. Now you're here in Ireland kicking off with a great heat. What are your goals for this event here?
Yeah, I'm really expecting to do good here because fifth wasn't really what I was planning for Murcia. I was expecting at least to go to the final and do a really good result there. Couldn't make it, but now here it's like it's more kind of my condition type of thing, side shore, wind, and let's see. Yeah, it's good to start with a really good hit like that, and it's good. Get things going and get some momentum.
Yeah, and actually, with that 8.33 there, this is obviously what everyone is now trying to beat. Do you know who you're going to come up against in the next heat, and who is your biggest opponent on the way to the finals?
I haven't checked it actually. I just don't want to, because it's so many good guys there. I think anyway that you go on the ladder, you're gonna end up crossing someone who's really hard to beat. So it's better not to worry about it before it happens. So.
Okay, well, we won't worry then. Good luck for the rest of the event. How do you like Ireland so far, Gilly?
I'm loving it actually. The scenery here is so amazing. Like, we haven't had really good conditions so far, but it's been really fun and really inspiring. It's a really beautiful country, so I'm really enjoying it. And it's not that cold as I was expecting, because now I'm riding a 3-2 wetsuit. So beautiful, sunny, so can't complain.
I think our local host, Francois, he would be crying if he would hear you say these words. But I think everyone is just enjoying the day, and it's beautiful out there. So go and have fun, and see you in the next, well, in the fourth round, actually. Well done. Back to Ben and Sky.
Great to hear from Gili Brandau, heat winner, and as Christine said, the highest two-wave and single-wave score that we've seen so far. Definitely happy with that result. Looking to improve on his last finish in Mauritius, and I know he can't wait to get out there. But very happy to be skipping both round 2 and 3 in a direct advancement into round 4. So coming up next, more round 1 action. All right, round 1 action continuing to be brought to you. We are looking at men's round 1 heat number 6 coming up next for you guys, and we've been graced by some brilliant conditions so far. Coming at next, another great heat. Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian, coming up against Bastien Ballard of France and Mark Moore, the Canadian. Should be a good one. Kind of a heat of guys who are all three standing on the brink of kind of breaking out and having a good result here. And I know whoever wins this heat is going to be absolutely stoked to be through to that 4th round right away, as all three of these guys definitely capable of throwing down some serious moves, but haven't quite broken through that great result at any of the World Tour events so far. So all three of these guys looking to get out there and show what they can do. As we just heard the green flag, or I'm sorry, we didn't hear the flag, we actually heard a horn. I see the flag, the green flag coming up. To commence the heat number 6 of men's round 1 here at the Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro Ireland 2012. As we've been saying all along, we'd love to thank our sponsors, Aer Lingus especially, for getting us out here and being the title sponsor of this event. They've been super fantastic. Ion Essentials, Pure Magic, our hosts at our base camp there, the lodge, has been spectacular. Hertz Rent-A-Car, have a couple of cars, a couple of vans down here. North Kiteboarding, the Free Ride Ireland, who has been fantastic at organizing this event, and it's always great to see all of these guys get associated with something so great as what we think is the KSP Tour, allowing us to be able to bring to you live coverage through the internet, live streaming into your living rooms, and really happy to be able to bring this live to you as we begin heat number 6. And luckily we were able to have Gili Brandau, a previous heat winner, just walk in to the booth with us to help some commentating as my buddy Sky and fellow commentators get out there getting ready for his heat number 7 coming up after this. Gili, welcome to the booth.
Thank you very much. It's
Nice-
a pleasure to be here.
Nice riding out there. As we just heard from you in your interview, you were laying down some pretty serious wave scores out there. Nice work.
Thanks, man.
We heard exactly kind of what you thought about it. Are you happy to have sort of that first heat out of the way, a little of the first heat jitters, and now you can kind of focus on really working your way through the later rounds of this event?
Exactly, and have some time off and be able to go out to the water now and do some practicing. It would be good to get some exercise going, getting used to these conditions here. It's kind of really tricky conditions, so it would be good to have some time off and go to the water.
Yeah, and as we go to live heat action here in the foreground backside riding, I believe that we have Felipe Ferreira in front of us here.
Yeah, that's him.
And-
Unmistakable backside style riding.
Yeah, and again, he's probably gonna put himself out there. This has been actually a fairly generous event so far for backside rider Sebastian Ribeiro, just absolutely annihilating a heat out there. You were doing unbelievable out there this last heat, and Felipe Ferreira looks like he's set to continue that tradition. And as well as the Brazilian condition of getting some good scores. We see some great lines rolling in.
We do have some great left-handed breaks in Brazil, so we're a lot used to these conditions, especially like here we kind of have like this a little bit side off wind, so it's kind of our style condition, so it's really good to show what we've been practicing and training.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as we see our Canadian rider Mark Moore here on the inside, doesn't look like this is going to really do much for him other than being kind of a small inside wave. But tell me a little bit about your wave selection. Here in the commentating booth, it seems like the guys have been a bit more patient as we see a great set rolling in right here. I believe this is Sebastian, and as I said, perhaps the guys who are being pulls out of that one, but guys have been a bit more patient, and it looked like you were doing the same in your heat, kind of waiting for that maybe second or third set wave that's got a little bit more size to it and perhaps a little better form to get the chop out of the way from those first two. Has that been the case so far?
Yeah,
or at least in your heat?
It was actually really tricky out there because I was watching it from the beach, and just it was so different from what I was looking at. When I got there, at the beginning of the heat I was a bit like shaky and trying to go on some closing out waves, and then I got like, oh, hang on, maybe those were not the waves that I was looking at from the beach, and then I decided just to get some patience going and waiting for the bigger sets, and that actually paid off.
Yeah, and it's kind of what it seemed to us, kind of watching the play-by-plays from all of the heats so far, is that the bigger scores have come from the guys who perhaps weren't taking quite as many waves, but were having the better wave choice. And I know it's always a hard thing to do when you're out there to be patient, because you see a wave go by, and you don't want to miss an opportunity, but sometimes the patience pays off, and in your case it definitely did so.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky actually to read a new place like on the first heat. Like you get up there and you're not used to the break and not used to see this wave coming in, so it's kind of tricky to read it at the first time and see what the wave's doing, because you're taking the wave out from the back, and when it gets to close to the shore, it's a whole different story. So it gets a little while to get used to what the conditions are offering at the moment.
Yeah, as we are here in round 1 of the men's heat number 6. Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian, out in front with a single wave 4.83. He's going to be looking on to improving that probably a little bit, but again, these are 3 riders who aren't used to being at the top of the podium race as in the events that we've had so far. So all three of them looking to sort of get a leg up on this competition and going directly into round 4. All of them capable of doing it, all of them capable of getting there. Bastian Ballard in the white out there, Mark Moore, the Canadian. Both of these guys chasing, as it stands right now, Felipe Ferreira out there, but plenty of time left in this heat for anybody to step forward.
Yeah, it looks like they might have been struggling a little bit with a little low on the wind. It looks like they're moving the kites a lot, but yeah, I think.
Yeah, and I think that sound is probably going to be a heat abandonment.
Yeah.
We saw. I don't know who that was. Maybe Bastian Ballard was kind of throwing his arms up a little bit, saying that the wind kind of died a little bit. And again, as we were kind of talking about earlier, this the sunny day wasn't quite expected, and a lot of times the locals tell us that if it's sunny outside, it's not necessarily a good sign. However, the forecast was for it to be blasting all day long, and now we're kind of in a little bit of a cloudy section, so I'm not sure if we'll just need this little cloud to move over and sort of increase that wind speed back again, but we'll go on hold right now, and I'm sure we'll recommence. Depending on how much time we wait, we'll either start with that heat number 6 again, if it's a long break, or perhaps go to heat number 7 and then back to 6.
And I think enjoy the time off and go for some surf riding.
Yeah, exactly. And as we are in a current holding pattern for that heat number 6, we are going to switch down to Christine Buzza, who is standing by with Sebastian Ribeiro, one of our heat winners, heat number 5 actually, for an interview. So Christine, down to you.
Hello, Ben. Hello, Sebastian. It's good to see you here again. In Mauritius, we saw you on a regular basis, taking 3rd place in Mauritius, winning your first heat here in a breeze. What's your ambitions for this event, and well, what's that for the whole season?
Yeah, I don't know. I just know it's very cold out there, and but it's really fun. Today we have the conditions, like the wind's a little bit offshore, but it's really fun out there, and I hope we get some nice waves.
Gilly was just telling us in the heat winners interview before yours that it's more his conditions than in Mauritius because it's more sideshore, not quite as offshore. Both of you are being regular footers. Is it a lot easier to ride here than it was in Mauritius at one eye in the really pretty offshore winds?
Yeah, of course. Mauritius is so offshore. I couldn't kill the kite there. So, but here is easy to kill the kiting and do the best surf. You know, it's best for me.
And you did. It looked really great. Obviously, your surf style coming through. I think here definitely the conditions today a little more favorable for regular foot, but it could be completely different. We could be riding lefts. We could be riding lefts and rights. Much onshore conditions. What would be your favorite conditions to ride in?
Whatever. I know kiting to both sides, you know, and in my home spot it's like you can get 2 days to the right and more 2 days to the left, so I always train both sides. It's better for me.
Well done. And you were by far the best regular footer in Mauritius, so it shows training both ways. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the competition. And to Sky, Ben, I just got the word from our head judge here that yes, this heat was imminent, and we're going to be on hold to see if the wind picks up again. Right now, the wind's just dropped. So back to Sky and to the commentary booth, and thank you, Sebastian.
All right, we just heard from Sebastian Ribeiro, heat winner of heat number 5 here in men's round 1, and also got a confirmed update that we are going to go into a holding pattern here, that men's heat 6 was abandoned, is going to be postponed. So we are on hold until further notice here at about 2:40 local time. Plenty of daylight left, anticipating the wind coming back again, wondering if it's just a bit of cloud cover that sort of made its way over our contest zone, and perhaps with the movement of that out of here, that wind will come back, which is what we're hoping. We're going to be here till sunset, absolutely, and we will soon be we will soon be back on, hopefully. So we're going to step away for a minute, and we're going to stay live streaming with you, but and then come back as soon as we have more information on that next heat start. But until then, stick with us for more action. Men's round 1 at the third stop here on the KSP World Tour, the Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro Ireland 2012.
Coming
back with you. It is now 2:50 local time here in Ireland, and updated status on the event of that postponed heat number 6 is that we are currently in sequence. The red flag is up. The commencement of heat number 6 should be within about 5 minutes from now. So just to reiterate, we are going to get the contest back underway starting in just about 5 minutes, and we'll be back with you very shortly with the commencement of heat number 6 here of men's round 1. Okay, just coming back to you as we have our green flag going up after the sequence of restarting men's heat number 6. It is up and rolling right now, and again, we're starting this heat over again. This heat was abandoned. It was postponed because of lack of contestable conditions, but back on right now. It's a pretty short delay, only about 15 minutes. Looks like the guys are nice and powered out there. Tide definitely rushing out, but the sets seem to be rolling in. Again, it's going to be an exercise of all of these riders being patient, as we heard from Gili Brandau, one of our heat winners earlier today, saying that that was his strategy and was out there and needed to be a bit patient and selective on the waves, and it was definitely paying off for him in the end. Again, in this heat, we have up against each other. Sorry, that's going to be the next heat. In this heat, we currently have Felipe Ferreira, the Brazilian, versus Bastien Ballard from France, and Mark Moore of Canada. And again, really looking forward to getting this heat up and rolling, and it looks like we are currently out and about 2 minutes, or I'm sorry, just about a minute into this heat so far, as you see that sun kind of coming down and blowing out our picture frame a little bit. It's just been a glorious day. I'm actually glad to be saying that sun is out there instead of a flatter light, because it's definitely warmed up today by several degrees. You heard from Gili also saying that it wasn't quite as cold as he expected out there, and that's a good thing. These guys are out in great conditions today. We are currently in heat number 6 of men's round 1. Had some great heat so far, of some pretty high heat scores actually, and looking forward to see what the rest of this day has to bring, what the rest of the contest has to bring, and we, as always, bringing this to you live, straight into your office, living room, projection TV, whatever it is you might be watching this on. Looks like the riders out there jockeying for position, trying to see what's working best for them. It's a little bit tough from our vantage point here to see who's who out there. I believe this is Mark Moore in front of us right now, as you see just that sort of blasted out lighting, but definitely still some good little nicely shaped waves coming in for us here as we go into the latter part of the afternoon here in Ireland, but still plenty of daylight left. We're still expecting to bring you plenty of action as this day rolls on. And I'm sorry, I think that was actually Bastien Ballard there coming in there, and this perhaps it being Mark Moore. Definitely got 3 guys on these set waves. Mark Moore having some nice solid turns up, but looks like that's about all he's going to do it. Felipe Ferreira, I know, was on the wave right behind him. Let's see, there we are, switching straight to him again. He's going to be displaying some pretty powerful backside riding, which we've seen so far in this event from the Brazilians. They see right there, great body positioning for Felipe, and a second one taking him down, not quite able to hang on to that one, but that first turn again displaying sort of that what's now become a fairly predictable move from the Brazilian crew here on tour. Definitely not afraid of that backside riding, and all of the guys sort of feeding off each other, not really caring whether they're facing the wave or not, and making that backside riding look pretty stylish and as close to surfing as they can possibly get. And again, all those guys have strong surfing backgrounds. Definitely comes into play, definitely helps out here in this competition. As we wait for a few of the first waves to drop. Again, that first wave was Bastien Ballard coming out with a 3.5. All 3 riders all exchanging blows on that first set that was rolling in. I would expect that Felipe's ride would perhaps score higher than both Bastien's or Mark's, but if we look out in front of us here, we see a great set coming in. Let's see if any of our guys can get these. They've been about 3 to 5 waves per set, usually giving enough room for all of the riders in this heat to get out there. Again, there's 3 riders per heat here in round 1. The heat winner goes directly to round 4, and second and third place are relegated to going to the double con round there in round 2, and then again in round 3 before facing the Heat 1 winners there on the inside. It looks like Felipe again going after that inside, just super committed riding. Getting not quite the best exchange out of that one yet. We'll have to wait and see how Mark Moore and Bastien Ballard handle these 2 set waves, which you can see are back to back, and we've been seeing for most of the heat so far is, as I was saying, kind of a 3 to 5 wave set that gives every rider an opportunity to get on a wave per set. Great waves on offer for today. As we see Felipe Ferreira's first wave score dropping in a 4.5. Mark Moore had a nice, smoothly ridden wave there in the beginning, coming out with a 4, so definitely still within striking distance of Felipe. But early in the heat, still about 9 minutes left. And Bastian Ballard posting a 3.5 as well. So not a big discrepancy between these three. Again, as I was saying earlier, before this heat was abandoned the first time, all three of these guys kind of looking to up their status from previous event results, all in a position to kind of take advantage of this first round heat and this first round draw, and get out there and advance directly into round 4, skipping those first 2 rounds, which, as anyone knows, in conditions that are kind of cold and challenging, a little bit more time on the beach in the warmth of your van here is gonna help you in the later rounds as this contest goes on. So we see that was, I believe, Felipe Ferreira's kite that just went across the screen there, that black one. And he's also with Bastian Ballard there coming on the inside. Looks like both of them in on these set waves. Let's see who gets the best out of this exchange. Stacked up, one next to the other. Bastian Ballard just posting another wave score, rocketing him into first place into this heat. But I know Felipe Ferreira is going to be looking to throw down something here that's going to propel him back up into first place. With just about halfway through, about 7.5 minutes left. Here we go, live action. Felipe Ferreira, the backside rider, showcasing that surfing backside style that, as we were saying earlier, all the Brazilians are just rocketing up and down, top and bottom turns with that backside riding. As Felipe Ferreira rides out of that one, very strong backside hack, a little bit of an air drop down to the bottom and riding out of that no problem. That should be enough as we see another wave score drop for Felipe Ferreira, bringing up to a 10.77 to Bastian Ballard's 5. Again, Mark Moore looking to update his 2-wave score with another wave there, currently sitting with just 1 wave scored so far. But Felipe Ferreira looking both waves so far scoring higher than Bastian Ballard, so it's going to put the pressure on those two to come back out and show something a bit higher, a bit more technical, a bit more fluid and strong than Felipe in order to take over in order to overtake him this heat. We look back into our staging area of the athletes. All the kites are pumped right there. That's been our launching and landing zone for the afternoon. It's a grassy field we are sharing with some cows and sheep. There have been very hospitable to us so far, right on the edge here. Beautiful location for an event. We have the whole place to ourselves. It's pretty cool, as Sky, my partner in crime, has been describing for most of the day, that we are a mobile event. So we have a couple of vans that we pack up and head to the conditions, or head to the spot that looks like it has the best conditions. And today we definitely scored and found the best conditions that we could that were on offer here on the west coast of Ireland at the here at the Aer Lingus Kitesurf Pro Ireland 2012, stop number 3 here on the KSP World Tour. As we go back to live action and see updated scores, Felipe Ferreira, as I anticipated, upping his last score to a backup wave score, 6.27. Highest wave score, 7.17, putting him at a 13.44. I would venture to say that that's going to put him in a pretty good position to be taking home this heat, and he'd be stoked to be moving on directly to round 4. Just recapping a bit of the heats that we've seen so far, it's been some pretty high scores needed to win these heats. Heat 1 won by Luke McGilloway in a rematch of the semifinal of Mauritius, taking down Patrick McLaughlin, the current world points leader. Luke coming in with a 14.77. And in heat number 2, Mitu Monteiro, again, a tour favorite, throwing down some pretty great scores, coming out with a 15.6 in that heat 2 win. And again, heat number 3, Pedro Henrique edging out his countryman Mauricio Pedrera with a 14.6. Heat number 4, Gili Brandao posting the highest two-wave score of the event so far with a 15.9, and heat number 5, Sebastian Ribeiro with a 14.93. So it's taken just by looking at the ladder, about a 14.6 is the lowest score that's won a heat so far. So Felipe Ferreira here in heat number 6 of round 1 out with a 13.44, kind of putting himself in that same category of about what it takes to win a heat and to move and advance it directly into round 4, as we see both him and Bastian Ballard upwind in our contest zone. Not a lot of swell coming in behind them, so they're probably just jockeying for position up there, trying to get priority for that next set that rolls in, which has definitely been giving us, like I was saying, probably three to 5 sets per 15-minute heats, and allowing every rider not really to be struggling to find at least 4 to 5 waves to ride and try to get those top 2 wave scores out there, as we see Bastian Ballard dropping into one here that looks like it's forming up actually fairly well. Not of great size, but it's got some great shape to it there. Pretty far upwind in our contest zone here, but I think that one's going to kind of peter out on him as it goes in and not really going to help him update that third place he finds himself in with a 3.5 and a 1.5 backup wave score. Again, we're here in heat 6, heat 7 coming up fairly quickly. It's about 2.5 minutes left in these. About 2.5 minutes left in this heat 6 of round 1. Heat number 7 coming up after that. Sky Solbach, Etienne Lot, the Frenchman, and Abel Lago from Spain will be doing battle in the second to last heat here in men's round 1. Bringing live action to you from the west coast of Ireland. Not even exactly sure what this beach is called. Again, kind of the end of a 2 or 3 or 4 kilometer farm road, and came upon this spot. Kind of a local, some local knowledge definitely led us here, but happy that they did, as we found a great little gem for the opening of the competition here for the Aer Lingus Kitesurf Pro. Going down on the inside there, I believe that was Bastian Ballard getting taken down there right at the end. Again, this kind of cross offshore wind puts you in a tricky position, especially as a backside rider. We've talked a lot about Sebastian Ribeiro and how he was kind of able to dominate that Mauritius event as a regular footed rider riding backside, and all 3 of these guys are regular footers riding backside. Adds kind of a more tricky element as we look at. I believe this is Mark Moore coming in the foreground here, trying to set up for something here on the inside, but looks like he's going to give that one a pass and head back out. So just under a minute here, the green flag is down. It seems like it's going to be into this heat any minute. Looks like Felipe Ferreira pretty easily taking that one with a 7.17 and a 6.27 wave score. Looks like Felipe is going to get the last word on this one as well, with the last wave of the heat being a fairly good looking one with just about 20 seconds left. But kind of putting his stamp on it. Nice smooth carving turns off the top, hitting the lip there, back down, out of it smooth. He's going to advance out of that heat with little problem. Both Bastian Ballard and Mark Moore are going to be relegated to that knockout round in round number 2 and in round number 3. So we come to the end of heat number 6 of round number 1. Fantastically contested battle. We are currently going to go down to Christine Burza, who is standing by with one of our event organizers, Kieran, and check in with him and talk about this fantastic event that he's been able to organize for us. So let's take it down to Owen and Kieran and Christine. Christine, take it away.
Thanks, Ben. Yes, so to my left here we have Kieran Salmon, to my right here Owen O'Connell, both of them our local organizers, and you guys, you have done an incredible job. Let me just tell you, people at home, this is the first mobile event we've had. We have to move our event site every day. Who wants to tell me something about the challenges that this holds? Kieran?
Yeah, it poses huge challenges, just the logistics of moving from Achill to find the best beaches. Today we're in Balmullet, so it's an hour and a half drive from Achill to get here. It's really difficult to move a show like this.
And you've done a great job. Owen, you were saying something about emotional challenges. What is that all about?
There's been quite a few emotional challenges, Christine. Yeah, absolutely. So we've all managed to pull together and make a great day of it. We've got fantastic conditions here. The sun is shining. So we're making the most of it, yeah.
Yes, and I can only tell you, the crew, the riders, everyone is extremely stoked that also the rain has stopped. You were always making fun of us because we're wearing long pants and you are running around in shorts. Not today, actually.
Not today, no. T-shirts.
Why are Irishmen so tough, Kieran?
We're just used to these cold conditions, I suppose. We have to be.
I guess so. And then, Owen, I cannot believe that when it's rather cold and you run around in short pants and you must be really cold, that you can still be so friendly. The people here have really done an amazing job welcoming us and everyone is so friendly. How do Irish people do this?
Goodness, that's a tough one. I don't know. I suppose we're just so amazed to see so many people at our spots, and it's just such a nice feeling to have everybody together with us, especially all the world crowd. And when we see them out on our waves, our waves look so crowded now, we can't believe it. So it's just such a joy to be able to share it with everybody.
That's great to hear, and that's really what we felt as the riders, as the crew. You guys really love to share your country, your spots with us. Thanks so much for that.
You're very welcome. Pleasure. And thanks to the KSP, you're very welcome.
Thank you so much to the KSP and everybody who's involved. Yeah, it's a real joy.
Thanks so much, you guys. You've done a fantastic job. I'm really stoked I can bring those guys to you. And we give it back to Ben.
Just heard from our local event organizers, Owen and Kieran. Big shout out to those guys. Thanks so much for their organization. As Christine was talking about, a pretty difficult task to be able to organize this mobile event, and we couldn't have done it without them. They run a business called Freeride Ireland, an organization who does organize events here in Ireland. Thanks a ton to those guys. This wouldn't be possible without them, as well as all of our sponsors, especially Aer Lingus, Ion Essentials, Pure Magic, Hertz Rental Cars, North Kiteboarding, and again, as I said, Owen and Kieran there at Freeride Ireland. Coming up, we got more round one action of the men. Heat number 7, Sky Solbach of the United States, my booth partner for a lot of the time here, coming up against Etienne Lot of France. Definitely been riding really well against Abel Lago of Spain, and these three guys are going to be out there with a lot to prove. They're going to really want to be getting on the board and often and early, as we just heard the horn for the green flag coming up. And we go to live action here. Again, this is going to be a pretty interesting. It's going to be a pretty interesting heat in that Sky is kind of a bigger guy, and kind of his style of riding is going to come across a lot different than sort of the agility that, let's say, Abel Lago has, being a little bit smaller rider, a bit more agile. Sky's going to be riding with a lot more power. Just because he needs the power and speed, because he's got a bit more weight behind him, where Abel can kind of get himself in a great position. And Etienne's kind of a combination of both. He has that speed and agility, but rides with a lot of power. As I was saying, Abel pretty mobile in his riding, as we just saw him in the foreground there get his opening wave, riding that RRD Kite. Abel, a long-time veteran. We've had him in the booth here before. Definitely knows competition, knows how to be in the right place at the right time. And he's definitely looking to get out here and advance through this heat directly into round number 4, as we see Sky Solbach heading his way out there on that blue North Rebel. So these guys, round number 1, heat number 7. It's just past 3:15 here local time, and I would tell you the name of the beach if I knew it, but we are somewhere on the west coast of Ireland enjoying a brilliant day. Fantastic weather, great waves in front of us right now. It looks like we have, I believe this is Etienne in front of us. Great little wave in front there, pulling that one through. That one is going to be also it'll be a great scoring wave right in the beginning of the heat here for Etienne. He'll probably look to increase that wave score as time goes on, but as usual, getting on the board early kind of takes some of those butterflies away, kind of gets the jitters out. And all these guys, you know, some of them being out here for the first time, no warm-ups, no nothing, choosing to keep their body warm and keep their core temperature up out there, and getting out there for the first time right here in their first round heat with these 3 riders. As we see, I believe this is Sky Solbach on his way in. Gonna probably turn around and try to get back into proper positions. It looks like he's kind of bogging out there on the inside. Out the back looks like Abel Lago upwind. That's looking like it might be the better spot to be in, is a bit up there. So I would assume this guy would probably head his way back out and spend a little bit of time of trying to get work his way back up further. We saw a bit earlier today, especially in Gili Brandau's heat and also in Felipe Ferreira's heat, both heat winners, staying relatively high in the contest zone, starting their transit. It's been a pattern actually. Mauritius was the same. That wave choice, a lot of times the higher portion of the contest zone, not necessarily because of any same reason, but it seems as though that has been an advantage for everyone who's had the better wave choices. We see Etienne dropping in again here, trying to get a wave that's going to offer him something to do with. Great form here on the inside. Great little off the top, but shoots him out the back. Wasn't able to keep the kite in proper position enough to be able to utilize that inside section, as we see Abel trying to chase down that wave from the back, or I'm not sure if he might be seeing if the one behind it, though a bit smaller, might actually offer him a little bit something to do here on the inside. Early scores coming in. Etienne Lot from France, F1 rider, coming in with a 5-point ride, a solid ride. Abel Lago again, a 2.83. Not going to be something that he's going to sit back on by any means. He's going to want to increase on that. Sky still looking to get on the board with his first scoring wave. But again, nothing to really worry about now. Like I said, some of the guys who have been showing some patience and kind of waiting for that the right wave have been rewarded here so far today in round 1 of the men. As we see Etienne speeding down, just getting chased down by that set, which is definitely the biggest one we've seen so far of this heat. Let's see if any of our riders can get onto this. This looks like Abel Lago. Setting up for this one, walling up on him. The biggest set we've seen so far in this heat, getting in the right position for that bottom turn. Finding what he needs for a nice off the top, pulling out of that. One hit wonder for Abel, but a strong, solid turn off the top. That should score fairly well. That should give him a higher score to be able to get rid of that 2.83 and have a better backup. Sky Solbach there on the inside. Another little climb off the lip there, working his way on the inside, trying to stay with it, trying to pump through it. Looks like he's going to be able to do it. Doesn't really turn into too much for him, but should get him on the board at least, and hopefully get him in the right mind frame to get out there and increase on that wave score, which is probably not going to be exactly what he's looking for as we switch back and look to our staging area. All the kites there. Looks like the wind has dropped off a little bit. Looks like it's still all right, but perhaps dropped a knot or two, making it a bit more difficult for the guys to position themselves. But we're still rolling. The contest is still going. We still got lines stacked up on the horizon and ready to go. So I'm not sure if that was Abel coming in for some gear change. Have to double check that. I'm trying to look out our window here and the commentator booth. I'm not sure if Abel came in to switch boards. It's possible. Definitely not something that's too uncommon. If you get out there and decide that the wind's dropping a bit or the board's just not feeling right, it's pretty easy to move your way into the beach and trade out. As we look out on Etienne here coming in, putting himself as the early leader with a 5 and a 1.5. Sky Solbach there coming in with a 3.5 will put him into second place, but I would doubt for long as Abel's second wave score yet to drop. And he'll be looking to increase on that one anyway. But Etienne looks like he's pulled into one of the better ones that we've seen so far of this heat. Stays with it. Coming in, trying to get 2 turns in on here. Looks it's a bit like a mogul field out there, getting pretty bumpy. This cross-shore wind is making the conditions, the wave face a little bit choppy, but able to link together 3 turns in there, kind of holding it together. Definitely probably not as powerful as you'd like to be, but it was a fairly good-sized wave, and he's definitely working that all the way to the inside. Should score fairly well for Etienne. And back up that 5, if not to increase to that 5. And as predicted, Abel's second wave score of a 4 coming in, putting him into the lead. But Etienne still owning that 5-point wave, and Sky going down there on the inside. Missed the first part of that wave, but definitely Sky looking to improve on his 3.5. And doesn't need to panic quite yet, but we're coming up on about 6 minutes left in the heat. I would anticipate Etienne's score, second wave score, coming in fairly high and putting the pressure on Abel, who will find himself in striking distance of Etienne, I'm guessing after that second wave score drops. But Sky playing a little bit of catch up, needing to more than likely combo something after this next wave score from Etienne. Or at least if nothing improves there, Sky having to knock out a big one. Bit of a lull in the sets as we watch Etienne Lot, the F1 rider from France, work his way out. Definitely a seasoned veteran on tour. Actually, all 3 of these guys, Abel Lago, Etienne Lot, Sky Solbach, I want to say at least 30 years or 35 years of combined pro experience between these three guys, all of them in the sport for well over a decade. Some of the original competitors, both in freestyle and in waves. So it's kind of a superstar icon heat of these three, and it'll be interesting to see who strings it together here in the final 4 minutes. But that looks like perhaps an abandonment call coming in just as Etienne's score puts him at out in the lead, and I believe that is an abandonment. We are going to step away for a minute, get our official word, and come back to you momentarily with an update on that heat number 7 of round 1 and what the plan is for what I assume to be the contest being on hold for a little bit. So we'll be back with you very shortly. Looks as if men's heat number 7 was postponed for the moment, but perhaps we can go down and get more official word with Christine Boza standing by with our last heat winner, Felipe Ferreira, putting out a pretty commanding performance in that last heat win. Let's throw it down to Christine and Felipe Ferreira.
Thank you, Ben. Hello, Felipe Ferreira, the 4th Brazilian heat winner of the day. Quite amazing. 4 Brazilian riders into the 4th round already. There's 5 of you in the whole event. Why do you think Brazilian riders are so incredibly good?
Yeah, this condition is not too much good, you know, and in Brazil is like the same. And we train together and like all day, and I don't know, it's luck, you know, it's luck. It's so hard, the conditions, and I'm happy, I'm really stoked.
So that sounds like a plan. You're training together. You have similar conditions in Brazil, not necessarily temperature-wise, but wind-wise and wave-wise. So now you add this, the cold weather to it. You guys still seem to really enjoy it and still thrive in those conditions. You are going to be up against Sebastian in the next heat. Gilly is coming up against Pedro. What do you think? Who is going to be in top in the end?
Yeah, it's so hard because everybody's are surfing so good, you know. And who take the best wave gonna win, and I'm go there and try to go and surf 2 waves and do my best.
And it's nice how you say that you're surfing 2 waves, and I know that pretty much all you guys in Brazil have a surfing background. Your dad has been a competitive surfer, you and your sister Mila, you've grown up competing. Sebastian has been competing in surfing, obviously Pedro a very competitive surfer all his life. Does that really help you when you now start competing in kite surfing, just that competitive background?
Yeah, for me, surfing kites like one help for the other, you know. Like I surf and kite in Brazil every day. For me, it's the same training, and help me too much surf for kite.
Okay, so you go surfing when there's no wind, you go kiting when there's wind. What do you like better?
difficult question, man. I don't know, both.
That's a good answer. Well, congratulations, Felipe. Good luck for the next round. It's going to be tough between you Brazilian guys. With all the Brazilians watching at home, do you want to say something in Portuguese?
Yeah, sure. Pô, obrigado aí todo mundo que tá torcendo. Passei pro terceiro round, tô amarradão. Continua torcendo aí que a gente vai quebrar tudo e vai pra quarta de final.
Well, good luck. I didn't quite understand what you were saying, but hello to everyone in Brazil, and obviously good luck to all the Brazilian riders. And Ben, for you as an information and to everyone else as well, we are on standby right now. The last heat number 7 of the men's first round, got cancelled because of the light wind conditions. So we're still waiting for the wind to improve again, and well, we will be on standby and starting as soon as we can.
Great to hear from Felipe Ferreira. As Christine was saying, the 4th Brazilian heat winner of the day. We've only finished 6 heats, so they're batting pretty good odds so far. And also, as Christine said, heat number 7 was postponed, so as you can see in front of you on your screen, men's heat 7 postponed. Stay tuned for an update. I will be updating you as soon as possible, as soon as I hear. Again, if it's any indication of what we went through before, it's perhaps just a 10 or 15 minute delay for the wind to fill back in. It's been pulsing here a little bit, but the waves definitely sticking around. The sets seem like they've been a little bit further in between, but definitely still going strong out there. So we anticipate, again, as we told you earlier in the day, keeping this thing rolling straight through to sunset. Again, kind of going back to recapping what we've seen so far. We just heard from Felipe Ferreira. He was talking a little bit about the Brazilians training together, and it shows in this event so far. And it's kind of surprising. It's not necessarily the place that you would assume that Brazilians would be dominating. We're in the middle of the Irish coast on the west, pretty rugged, but as Felipe was saying, it's actually, though it might not be the same weather conditions as far as water temperature to Brazil, definitely a little bit closer to sort of what they experience every day, of a little bit of a changing condition, so perhaps an advantage that you wouldn't necessarily think they have. In this situation, they actually do, and that shows through their performances today, through the first 6 heats. Again, heat number 7 is postponed. It was canceled due to light winds, but we're anticipating getting that underway as soon as the wind picks back up a little bit. So please stay tuned for an update. We're going to keep you live here. I'm going to go silent, and we'll come back with you when we are ready to go back into sequence about 5 minutes before the beginning of heat number 7, or when I have any more information regarding the contest being on hold. Until then, enjoy this small break, and we'll be back with you soon. back with you live here for heat number 7, which was abandoned a bit earlier in the day, just about 15 minutes ago. Again, as anticipated, as I thought, it would be probably about a 15 or 20 minute delay as we had in the first one. So we will be rerunning heat number 7 of men's round 1. You see the competitors in front of you: Sky Solbach from the USA, Etienne Lot of France, Abel Lago of Spain. 3 icons of sport here. We are in sequence, about 1 minute left until the raise of the green flag. Wind conditions picking back up. Wave conditions actually getting a bit better as it's pulled out to almost low tide now, and it should be switching here anytime. But we have the commencement of the heat right here. We got green flag up, and these guys amped to get back up there, came in, made some gear adjustments. Sky opting to go back out on a 12-meter fuse kite from north, and hoping that gives them a little bit extra power out there in the waves, as the wind conditions have been a little up and down, but still looking good out there, and picked up enough to get this heat 7 underway. Looks like we have Abel Lago here on the inside riding his RRD kite. Got off to a good start before the wind died out on him in the last heat. Again, as I was stating before, all these guys, pretty seasoned veterans on tour. Kind of, it'd be interesting to see how they position themselves. Abel a bit lighter of a guy, a bit more agile. Sky more powerful and stronger, so it'll be interesting to see their styles kind of clash here. Etienne, who had the lead in that last heat before, as we see Sky on the inside there with a nice little off the top turn before it turns into just a big foam ball there on the inside, but on the board early, milking that all the way to the inside. I believe that was Abel flying across the screen behind us, and we see there in the distance was Etienne's kite. Definitely positioning himself in that upwind section here in the heat again, as we were saying. That's been paying off, and it was paying off for Etienne as well in that the first run of this heat before the wind died. About halfway through the heat, he was staying up higher and was able to pull in a few of the bigger ones of the set, and was actually leading that heat before it was abandoned due to lack of wind. So it'll be interesting to see if he can continue that momentum here with a fresh start, all zeros. Sky on the board first. Abel may have gotten a scoring wave there at the end, but all of these guys will be looking to increase on their current positions once those scores start dropping. Again, takes a little bit of time in order for those to come up on the screen in front of you and on the screen below the player right here, but we will see them as fast as they are posted from the judges. But oftentimes it takes a few minutes for all of them to be tabulated and uploaded, as we see exactly right there. Sky Solbach on the board with a 3.83. Pretty similar actually to the first wave he had in the last heat before it was abandoned. Came in, I believe, with maybe a 3.5, 3.6 on that last one. But this one much earlier than the last heat, so he'll be looking to improve on that score for sure. There's a competitor here that's not actually in the event, I don't believe. Again, we find ourselves in heat number 7 of men's round 1. We are in the second to last heat here at the Aer Lingus Kitesurf Pro Ireland 2012. While we have a second, love to give another shout out to our sponsors, Aer Lingus, of course, the title sponsor, making this all happen, and Ion Essentials. Again, these guys, without them, nothing. This thing couldn't be brought to you live in your living rooms, watching us watching this awesome action that we have here on day one of this event. Pure Magic, our fantastic hosts here on Ackle Island. Please check these guys out. Go visit their Facebook pages. Give them some likes. They've been exceptional hosts, continue to be for this whole week that we're here. Hertz Rent-A-Car, North Kiteboarding, and of course the two guys that we heard from earlier as we go back to live action. Abel Lago there ripping the top off of that one, getting himself, he got a nicely formed wave here on the inside. Not one of great size, but he's going to get 3-4 turns in on it, and that one should be a good scoring wave for Abel Lago here. Again, kind of milking that all the way in, utilizing everything. If you count those little foam slashes on the reform on the inside, he's got at least 5 or 6 turns on that wave. And in these conditions, I would assume that that's actually gonna be a good scoring wave for Abel to back up that 4.83 that he's currently working with, which should put him up ahead of Sky Solbach there, sitting with a 5.66 two-wave combined score with just under 10 minutes in this heat. And as I was saying, we just heard from Kieran and Owen, who are of Freeride Ireland, the organizers of this event. Fantastic job. Not the easiest task to be able to move this whole circus around wherever it needs to be based on the conditions that present themselves today. We are about an hour and a half away from our base camp on a little side road that we missed once or twice, but man, what a jewel of a beach that we found once we got to the end of the road. A perfect setup. It's been a fantastic day so far, and as soon as we kind of rolled over those green rolling hills and saw these waves breaking, we knew it was going to be a great day of competition, and looking forward to bringing that to you as long as we possibly can. It's 3:51 here at local time. We are about 7 heats through men's round 1. The Brazilian storyline of the day, Brazilians have been dominating the heats so far, with 4 Brazilian heat winners of the first 6. 4 out of 5 is pretty dang good for those guys in the first day of competition, looking to put their stamp on kite surfing as something that the Brazilians are really going after with full force, and it's apparent in their finishes today. As we see Etienne pulling in on one on the inside here. Nice, one of the nicer waves of the set. This is the momentum that he was carrying in from the last heat. Oh, Etienne going for a huge floater there on the inside. Definitely one of the bigger waves that we've seen of the sets of this heat so far today, but that one should be a good scoring wave for Etienne. As we now see scores resetting, Abel Lago taking the lead with that 6-point wave score. I figured that would be a good one. Puts him up in the lead, 10.83. Probably will keep him there, even though Etienne pulled out a fairly good scoring wave there. He's going to need to get a better backup score than that 2.83 would be my guess in order to overtake Abel Lago for the lead. Sky Solbach finding himself in a bit of a catch-up situation with a 2-wave 5.66 score. He needs to have another couple of waves that are pretty high scoring here in order to catch Abel currently, and what I anticipate to be a fairly high scoring wave for Etienne on that last one. But just over about halfway through this heat, so plenty of time for all these guys to post a bit more scores to get these guys figured out for second and third. Again, all these guys going after that first place in the heat, which puts them directly into round 4 and allows them to take a bit more of a break between riding. Looks like the wind filled in a little bit more here. Guys look pretty powered up on the way out. In the black kite there, I think that's Etienne Lot, and on that north fuse, Etienne on the F1, on the north fuse, Sky on his way out, and Abel Lago out the back as well on his RRD, as we see Etienne again here on the inside. Looking like he's making a wise choice again on a pretty good formed wave here coming on the inside, kind of directly in front of our competition zone here. Walling up for him. Let's see if he can use this one on the inside to keep that backup score, or increase that backup score from that 2.83. I'm assuming he's already going to do it just by the way this thing is looking as he goes for a little cover up. maybe got underneath that one a little bit. Wasn't super deep and super clean, but definitely setting himself up for it. We'll have to see. Our perspective was a little bit facing it, so I think the judges might have had a better perspective on whether or not that one was actually pitching over him a little bit, but definitely putting himself in position. He started out slow in this heat after ripping through the last heat pretty quickly, and again carrying that momentum in. So we're gonna have to see once these scores drop where Etienne comes in, as we go straight back to Abel Lago, just hammering a top turn off there, linking tons of turns. That's something that you'll see of Abel's style here, is he just links turn after turn after turn together. Actually a style that kind of reminisces Luke McGilloway's style, a very fluid, very multiple turn oriented style, and once he gets on a wave, he definitely utilizes it to its maximum capacity, and very smooth, fluid style, which is something that the judges are really looking for. As we see Sky Solbach here into a good one, strong, powerful riding, a strong top turn there. He's going to link two together. Brilliant turn for Sky off the top there. He's going to work the foam here on the inside, but linking two turns together, that should be probably Sky's highest point totaled wave of so far. And with just about 4.5 minutes left, my guess is that one is going to put him at least within striking distance in the last 5 minutes here, hoping that he gets one more set through to try to chase down Abel Lago and Etienne Lot, who are battling it out. Etienne with a 4.47, a 2.83. Abel Lago a 6 and a 5.43. Abel Lago in the lead with a two-wave score, 11.43. Etienne chasing him with a 7.3. Still waiting for Sky's other score to drop from that wave. I'm assuming that's going to take away that 1.83, move that 3.83 to his backup score. And that wave that we just saw should, if I'm guessing, probably be in that upper 5 range based on what I've seen so far in this heat. Which again, it will put him in that in striking distance. As we check in on Etienne again, down low on the inside, fluid top turn, setting himself up for that inside section. It's kind of make or break time here as we enter into the last couple of minutes, 3 minutes to go in the heat. Etienne really going for it. The last 2 or 3 times he's been in there, just going all the way to the inside until that wave just comes up and gets him. So we see in that blue and black RRD kite, Abel working his way back out. Looks like he might have been thinking about turning around on that one, but abandoned that one. Sky coming in, 7.66 two-wave score, rockets into second place right above Etienne. Abel still holding a fairly sizable lead. Sky needing a mid 7-point score, it looks like, in order to overtake Abel Lago. And with about 2.5 minutes left to go in this heat, still probably just enough time for one more set to roll through if it graces us to be able to score one more wave, but we're gonna have to see what happens here in the final minutes. Again, we are here, heat 7 of round number 1. Here on day 3 of our holding period. We have one more men's heat. Heat number 8 should be a good one, as we see Sky Solbach here on the inside, feeling the pressures. Got to throw a couple down on the inside here. Probably going to get a few turns, but not sure it's going to be exactly what he needs in order to score high enough to catch Abel's 11.43 two-wave score. He's going to want to hustle back out there to try to get one more shot at it with about just under 2 minutes left in this heat. Abel Lago looking to pass this first round heat and go directly into round 4. But Etienne Lot trying to hook in onto this inside one. Not sure it's going to have the size he needs, but he's been actually having pretty fantastic wave choice the last couple of heats, and it's put him in contention to be where he's at, as you see Etienne there on the inside, but that's going to kind of crumble away from him and not really provide any major opportunity for some big points on that one. So I'm assuming that that's going to stay as a low scoring wave. As we go back to Sky, who is able to find one coming in on the way in again, probably hoping to throw up maybe another Hail Mary here at the end of the heat to try to get himself in contention for that top spot in this heat. Working up some speed. Nice top turn. Great. Sky's really good at transferring that speed from the bottom into the top, and really kind of milking all of the speed out of it, and really going from that top critical section into the off the top, really quick, really powerful, kind of a characteristic of Sky's riding. But I don't know if that one was going to be enough to propel him into the lead over Abel here in the last 10 seconds of this heat. And Etienne was on this wave. I'm not sure he initiated a turn, however, so I'm not sure this is going to count. But I don't think that would be enough anyway for him to catch Abel. So, barring something that we didn't see, it looks as if Abel Lago is going to take home heat number 7 of round 1 and pass directly into round 4, relegating both Sky Solbach and Etienne Lowe to the double con round, which will be rounds 2 and 3 to work their way back up to round 4 to be able to meet the Heat 1 winners. But we will again wait for official scores to drop to make sure that that's exactly what happened. But as I said, barring anything that I didn't see here in the booth, my guess is Abel Lago will be moving on. And we will step away from you for a minute and come back to you with more men's round 1 action. So we are waiting for last heat scores to officially drop, but again, as we said, I believe that Abel Lago did enough in that last heat to take home that title, move directly into round 4 of the men's draw, into round 4 of the men's draw. As we wait for heat number 8 to begin, we are going to go down to Christine Buza, who's standing by with our host from Pure Magic Lodge, Francois, who's been fantastic in welcoming us here, and also a kind of a co-organizer of this entire event and helping us tremendously with this mobile event. So let's go down to Christine, who's standing by with Francois.
Thank you, Ben. Hello, Francois. With me here, Francois Colossi. Did I say that right, Francois?
Yeah, correct. Super wonderful.
Of Pure Magic, our local host here on Echo Island, and running the show basically here at the event site in Belmullet as well, moving the event site together with Kieran and Owen. How is that feeling so far? What's the challenges for you?
It's gonna sound very commercial, but if I say it's magic, it's how I feel. How the whole team of Pure Magic feels. It's just incredible. truly pure, truly magical. Like the conditions, the whole crew we have here, the riders to bring the whole show here in Ireland, and so well and warmly welcomed by all the Irish community to be broadcasting all over the world and to actually show the rest of the world that sometimes it's not so rainy and sometimes like we get the condition like that. No, it's excellent. Excellent.
And so it is for us. I know all the riders very much appreciate how welcoming, well, how much you are actually welcoming them, all the things that you're organizing for them, really making everything possible. The other night you were getting the bagpipe players, a really traditional night, which everyone really enjoyed. You are not really Irish, but you're always telling us you are Irish inside. What's the story behind that?
The story, I don't know, I've been kind of like adopted by Ireland now. Is it the Irish crack? Is it the fact that I love the Guinness? Is it the sense of humor? Sometimes I fell in love with a place called Dolimont, and now yes, lots of people say I'm a native from Dolimont, the Dublin, but no, it's just yeah, I feel really home here. I still French in the blood, but there is lots of magical stuff happening in Ireland. The people, the place, and for kite surfing, and other things, the music, like which is very important, and all these things that now we were welcome, or I was welcome originally, then I liked, and now we have the pleasure to share it and welcome once again other people like you and the whole caravan and the gang and all the crazy people and the smiley and tan guys. It's excellent. It's very, very nice here.
And that's what you've been totally doing. You've been welcoming us so well. Thank you so much for all you've been doing and you are continuing to do for us, Francois. As the heat number 8 of the men's just started, I know that's the heat you're very excited about. Kiahi in there, you know, we've been looking forward to it.
Yeah.
So I let you go watch it. Did you want to say one last word to everyone at home?
But no, just before about this heat, we were always talking about the Irish luck, but it happens that actually Irish guys, Barry is against Kiahi and Ayrton, so he's not very, very lucky. If I say some things to everyone who's watching us, I say enjoy the show. This is Ireland, this is pure magic, and we are very, very happy to be part of it. And it's only one of many more to come. Enjoy and stay safe on the water.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Francois. Back to Ben and over to the next heat.
All right, we're in live action here. Ayrton Cozzolino, our defending world champion, on a wave, getting a great scoring wave right in the beginning. As you can see, it's getting a little bit darker out there. It's not because the sun's setting. Actually, the sun went behind the cloud a little bit here. But Ayrton on point right away. Right off the bat, Kiahi de Boides, the young Australian ripper, he's been absolutely destroying it lately. Can't wait to see what these guys have to offer. This is another fantastic heat, pitting Ayrton Cozzolino, Kiahi de Boides, as we were talking about, versus actually his photo is not up there, but Mark Berry, local Irish ripper. These guys have been ripping all year. Can't wait to see what this heat has to offer. The waves have been sticking with us as you've. I hope you've had the opportunity to see as the day has gone on. The wind's been a bit pulsy, up and down. It seems like it's a bit pulsy right now. We'll see how the rest of this heat plays out for us. For the most part, we've had just a great day of conditions, and we'll wait and see with this little cloud cover. Stays with us and provides a little bit of a lull in the wind, or if it stays how it is now and allows these riders to get out there in these conditions again that have just been sticking around all day long. Some overhead sets rolling in, some well-formed waves here at this secret spot just around the corner from Ellie Beach, here just north of Achill Island, where we're making our home base. And super excited to be here. Actually, we can see our home base just across the water. But due to how you have to get here, it takes a little bit of time as the road goes. But as the crow flies, as they say, it's just right across the bay. And the conditions here have been great all day long. And we are currently in heat number 8 of the men's first round pitting. As we said, Ayrton Cozzolino, our finalist from Mauritius in last event, our defending world champion for the KSP of 2011, versus Kiahi de Boides, the young Australian ripper, and Mark Berry, our local wild card, who again, not to be taken lightly. These guys know their local spots. They know where to be. They know the right place at the right time. familiar with these conditions, familiar with these waters as you see those lines rolling in. So it's anyone's game at this moment, and waiting for first scores to drop on this last heat of the men's round 1. Oh, Ayrton just nailing a bottom turn right there, up off on the inside there. Have a little bit of a wide angle going on for you here. So we go to our live scoring. Checking in on our current heat scores, still waiting to drop. Just under, I believe that's a little delayed, showing 14 minutes, or just about 14 minutes left in the heat, but my guess is it's actually probably closer to about 12. The sequence was started a little bit late, but scores should update as soon as they come in. That shouldn't be affected by that time. And Ayrton getting a couple of waves in. I believe he's out there riding on the Neo, the North Neo, the 2013 North Neo. He's out there, loves that kite, thinks it's spectacular for waves, and is out there again versus Kyahe de Boida's Cabrina rider. Spends a lot of time surfing, tons of time stand-up paddling. Is an all-around waterman, super great guy. Amazing rider. The freestyle stuff that this kid's pulling off. I mean, in Ayrton Cozzolino also, the freestyle stuff those two guys are doing is pretty mind-blowing, and really looking forward to see these two showcasing as this event rolls into the later rounds. And there is our first wave score posting. Ayrton Cozzolino putting up a 6.33 first wave score. Not bad. That one is going to be a great out of the gates score. One of the higher ones, higher first wave scores that for sure I've seen all the day. But we're gonna have to wait and see how the wind holds up for the rest of this heat. Ayrton looks like he's pumping it a little bit, but onto a good one here on the inside. Crumbles over him a little bit, doesn't really offer him too much of a face to work with, and we know Ayrton loves to get himself right in the pocket, go full bore up that fast as possible. Such a fantastic rider, and transferring that speed and energy he has into just a nasty top turn he's got. Going down there on the inside, I think that spot, based on what I've seen for this day, has been pretty difficult to read. Most of the guys who get themselves down there, Etienne Lot, one in particular, who was taking waves kind of all the way up into that little spot, kind of got into that last little section. I think it's a little bit more powerful than guys are giving it credit for down there, as it's taken down some pretty strong riders right at the end there. That little end section seems to be pitching pretty dredging up a little bit and pitching pretty hard there right on the sand. Kyahe pumping a little bit. Looks like the wind's kind of crapping out. Be interesting to see if this is able to be finished off. Absolutely, we've seen some great rides as we see Kyahe actually posting a 5 and a 3, putting himself into the lead there. But as the heat progresses, both Kyahe and Ayrton, and of course Mark Berry also are going to be looking to increase those scores, but we'll have to keep an eye on it, as it looks as if it's getting a little bit light out there. And there, Mark Berry posting a 1.67 to bring up third place. Again, as we said, all three of these guys probably looking to best what they've already put out there. Ayrton's still looking for that second wave score, which he should get. We've seen him ride 2 waves, so just probably waiting for that score to drop. And there we see it right there with a 6.27. Ayrton goes into the lead, takes it over from Kyahe with 12.62 wave score to Kyahe de Boidas's 8 points, and Mark Berry's 1.67. And Yeah, definitely looking a little bit darker out there as the sun continues to go behind this cloud bank. Not sure if that's, oh, there's a set rolling in right there. But definitely looking like it's been a little bit more of a struggle for these guys to get up and going on the waves. You see Ayrton in front of us here. A little bit downwind in our contest zone, as you can probably tell. The perspective has changed a little bit based on them being off to the right of your screen here. This is that little dredging section that I was talking about earlier. Big floater, but I think that's pitching down in about 6 inches of water there on the inside. So Ayrton definitely not showing any fear going after it there on the inside. But as I was saying before, guys who are getting themselves down that low in the contest zone seem to not be riding out of the waves and not necessarily the best wave choice perhaps. But I think the wind conditions perhaps having something to do with that, as well as these guys struggling to get all the power that they need out of here. And as I sort of suspected, we have an abandonment of a heat based on the wind conditions just not being good enough to be contestable, and understandably a good call by our judging staff to abandon that heat, though we had some pretty good scores thrown in by Ayrton there. You could definitely tell that he was struggling to stay upwind. He's walking in right now downwind. So we are in a postponement for the third straight heat, unfortunately, and we will be stepping away for a minute. Come back to you with more round 1 action. All right, coming back to you. Men's Heat 8 postponed, as I said. Wind looking pretty light out there as we go to a beach shot. Not a lot of movement there on that kite that we see on the beach there. So again, Men's Heat 8 of round 1 postponed. I've been told that we are in a standby option. As we had done the last 2 heats, we are going to wait until we're gonna wait until we get further word to see what's going on. Again, I said there was this kind of a cloud patch that sort of passed over us and took the sun away from us a little bit. It seems as though the clouds have moved on. It's brought the wind back. That's what we're anticipating again. But I'll come back with you as soon as I know more. But until then, we are going to stay live with you. I am going to go silent after a word from our sponsors and come back to you when we are back in sequence or when I have more information. Until then, enjoy your bathroom break, your coffee break, go get a snack from the kitchen, and hope you're all doing well. Thanks all for tuning in to us, and again, hopefully coming back to you as soon as possible with more round 1 men's action. Well, we are back with you. Still no major updates other than men's Heat 8 was postponed, and we do have further updates coming soon. Weather's starting to cool down a bit out there. We're going to have to see what that means for the wind coming through. As I said before, the sun is behind kind of a cloud patch, so we'll see if when that comes back out again, if it kind of warms everything up and brings the wind back. But at the moment, we have Christine Bouza standing by with Etienne Lot of France, winner of that last heat, which was heat number 7 of round 1. Kind of a last-second victory. Got victory out of the jaws of defeat, taking down Abel Lago and Sky Solbach in the last couple of seconds in that heat, coming through with a 4.67. Almost exactly what he needed as a two-wave score with an 11.64, narrowly escaping Abel Lago 11.43. So right now let's head down to Christine, who's standing by with Heat 7 winner Etienne Lot.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, here I am with Etienne Lot from France. You already just said it, Ben, a super tight heat, and Abel was leading the heat all the way until the last minute, which is really in the last 2 minutes you just got this extra energy, you just really went for it, and you rode your best waves of the heat. What did you do before, and why was it the last 2 minutes that you just woke up and kind of really needed to win that heat?
Yeah, the wave are really sketchy. It's between mellow wave and super deep on the shore, so you have to wait and to follow sometimes the form until the shore. It's not super easy. The wind is also tricky with a strong current, but okay, I'm happy. I think it was really close with the other guys.
That's actually really interesting to hear. So basically you've used your heat time to really figure out the spot, because we already had riders before saying, you know, they didn't get to train here. Obviously we're having a moving event, we're in different places every day, so you don't get to practice in that wave. So you really managed to figure out the wave in your short heat time and then take advantage of it in the end, is that right?
Yeah, it's true. We were skating on the right under like a few days ago, and this time is left, but it's okay. We have to be ready for each kind of condition.
I like to hear that. Yeah, you're a regular footer as well, and there's a few other guys. We just came from Mauritius, also left. I'm sure the regular footers would have looked forward to a ride, but that can happen. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow we are riding a ride. I know you've been to Ireland a few times.
Surprise of Ireland, yeah. Yeah, you can have each kind of condition. Change, but more or less the same thing tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess in Ireland I was told you never know and you can't really trust the forecast. But you've been here many times. You've spent time with Francois, with our local organizer before, and you just feel like home here, don't you?
Yeah, it looks like Brittany a little bit. So the water is not cold. And the forecast is mostly the same, you know. And well, Belmulet. Last year I came here to train, and it's amazing place. It's like the highland of 1,000 spots.
Yeah, you really seem to like the conditions. It showed in your heat. Congratulations again for your victory there.
Thank you.
We see you in round number 4 against the winner of the next heat. Do you want to say a few words in French, maybe?
Bah non, c'est cool, hein, super. Allez, à bientôt.
Okay, that was short. Well, while we are standing here, we are actually still on postponement. The next heat with Keahi de Aboidis, Ayrton Cosolino, and our local wildcard Mark Berry is on standby. So tough call. Etienne had just gotten a little colder here, so we don't really know what the wind's going to do. Hopefully it will pick up for at least that one last heat in round number 1 of the men's. If not, that's going to be the first heat you see tomorrow. But make sure to stay tuned, because that's certainly a heat that you won't want to miss. So we're giving it back to Sky and Ben. Not sure if Sky is back there right now, but to Ben for now and to all of you.
Thank you, Christine. Great to hear from Etienne. I am sitting back next to my compadre, Sky Solbach, back in the booth after his heat number 7. Again, as Christine said, we are in a holding period for that men's heat 8 that was postponed. It's going to be a good one, as Christine referred to, so don't miss it. Please stand by. Sky, we're going to go silent for a little bit here. We're going to come back as soon as we know something. But I know you want to come in and warm up a little bit. And
yeah, just getting back in the booth here, getting my feeling back in my toes after that heat. Cold water out there, didn't have any booties on. It was nice to get wet, but yeah, pretty light wind in that heat. It was a bit of a struggle. But that's why it's a second chance round, and hopefully be able to come back later in the competition. But yeah, for now we're just on postponement. It's going to be a good heat coming up with Keahi and Ayrton, and coming up against the local wildcard Mark Berry. So hopefully we get the win back and we can get that heat underway.
Yep, so we will be stepping away and be back with more round 1 action, hopefully. And if not, we'll be back with an update as soon as we know more.
Coming
Just got official word from our head judge that it has been called off for today, so competition is over for today, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning to hopefully continue or hopefully wrap up round 1 of the men's with that heat number 8, Ayrton Cosolino against Keahide Aboitis and Mark Berry, our local wild card here from Ireland. So that's going to do it for us here today, Ben. It was a pretty good day of competition. Got almost all the way through round 1. Not nearly as far as we were hoping to get with the competition today, given the forecast that we saw. A little bit changeable, or very changeable wind rather, really up and down conditions. Hopefully tomorrow is going to bring stronger wind, and looks like the swell is going to still stick around. But again, this is Ireland, so we're just going to have to wait and see what the conditions are as they present themselves here for us. It's no use getting too fussed about long-term forecasts here, it seems.
Yeah, you know, if we look at the long-term forecast, there's definitely some days that look like they're going to be great, but it's going to be one of those things we're going to have to assess it on a day-by-day basis, morning by morning, night by night. Pretty much every hour of every single day of every moment that we'll be trying to talk to everybody, all of our local experts, our head judges, contest directors. We'll be consulting our Ouija boards and trying to do some juju and see what anyone says about anything in particular regarding wind and waves and weather. And we've been graced with a great day today. Windy, sunny, great waves on offer out there, Sky, and it was actually a fantastic first day. I know we'd have liked to have started this at the crack of 10 a.m. this morning and run all the way till sunset, but I think for the most part everyone's pretty happy with how far we've gotten today, and hopefully we can continue tomorrow morning with that heat 8 of men's round 1 and finish off that men's round 1 and move on to the women.
Yep, exactly. So we will be back here tomorrow morning bright and early, so be sure to tune into the live stream here on kspworldtour.com. Thanks everyone so much for joining us here on day 3 in Ireland. And of course, thank you to all of our sponsors. This is the 2012 Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro. I'd like to say a huge thank you to obviously Aer Lingus, our title sponsor, as well as our tour outfitter Iron Essentials, Pure Magic, where we're staying down on Achill Island, Hertz, North Kiteboarding, and of course our local organizers here, Freeride Ireland. So that's going to about do it for us here today, Ben. We will see you back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, for day 4 of the 2012 Aer Lingus Kite Surf Pro.
And as always, please check into the website for all latest updates. If you want to go back and get the recaps for the day, watch the heats on demand, please go check that out. It's definitely worth it. We saw some great action today, some really high scores, some guys really putting themselves out there as guys to beat as this contest gets into the later rounds. And as Guy said, we'll be with you tomorrow with the call and figure out what the day looks like based on the forecast that we see. We may be in a different location. As we said, this is mobile. And until then, have a great evening. I'm Ben Meyer.
And I'm Sky Solbach, and we will see you guys here tomorrow. Have a good evening.